able to connect, because also this platform is also for networking and also allowing collaboration amongst the early career scientists and students. For the WhatsApp group, I would ask one of you participants to volunteer to create the WhatsApp group. There are already others who are already in another WhatsApp group, which was created by one of your colleagues. So I also would like to ask someone who is attending this training to volunteer to create a WhatsApp group so that people can voluntarily join that WhatsApp group, which will enable you to have a community of practice as a young scientists, as scholars, as students, and be able to communicate there as a team with one goal of making sure that we raise Mother Africa. The registration link has been provided. I would encourage colleagues, others who have seen it, please copy it and also post it in chat. And others can be able to register. So someone has already said that there's already an existing WhatsApp group. Kindly share the link of that WhatsApp group in the chat so that others can join. Can you please share the link of the WhatsApp group so that others can join? And we become one big family who are joined by one common course of scientific writing, and we would like to see more papers coming out of Africa in high quality journals. So please share that WhatsApp group link, or if someone is willing to create another one, you can find a unique name which you would want to name it so that you can have more people joining in. Because I know not everyone has been able to join that WhatsApp group. So please create the link and share. No one will be able to add you to the WhatsApp group. What they will do is they will create a WhatsApp group where you will be able to join using that link, which will be shared within this platform. So keep checking the chat. If someone has created a WhatsApp group, then you should be able to join at any given point. Thank you very much. May I hand over to our facilitators, Professor Nampala and Professor Tenwa, to take us through today's training. Over to you, Prof. Nampala.
Thank you, Dr. Joylene Nyararo Rukara, and welcome everybody to day 5. We can understand the fatigue. These virtual engagements are not easy. We actually realized on our part that we start at 2 and we are seated until 6, 7:30. And we realized that we've not been doing a break. So we can imagine there is probably fatigue. The French people would say fatigue, but we have the end in view. We have light at the end of the tunnel. We would like to appreciate you all for your resilience, and we gladly welcome you to day 5. We have made quite a lot of mileage in the previous days, day 1, day 2, and I think we can comfortably say that it has been a good use of our time. And today, day 5, we continue with the manuscript development process. We have tailored this to make it so simple for everyone to follow. And so we have had daily themes. If it was probably physical and we are doing a whole day, 8 hours, we would then have sub-themes in each of these daily themes. That's one of the reasons why you see that they are so generic. But just to remind ourselves is that on day 1, we dealt with issues on basics of scientific writing. And we did promise you that there are very many issues, and we cannot claim to have exhausted them all. But we said we will provide handouts on some of those issues, and we are comfortable that those handouts catalyze you to be able to read more. So by end of day today, we will have shared more handouts. I think we've so far shared 9 or yes, 9 thereabout, but we will share more for us to follow through. Then day 2, we started part 1 of the manuscript development process, and we laid out the agenda or the outline of how we write. I think yesterday somebody was either attending for the first time, and one of the questions that they shot back was that, but we are doing things in a reverse order. But I'm sure we all understand why we're doing things in a reverse order. We would like to ensure that we have logical flow of the manuscript. We did emphasize the importance of newsworthiness of what you write in a journal, because what the world out there is looking for news in the scientific domain, discipline that you are in. And if we are beaming things that already exist, then the scholars know where to find them. So we shouldn't waste scholars' time by beaming what already exists. We need to build on what exists and share news. And that is the celebration about a journal manuscript published that becomes an article. Today should have been is actually part 4, because day 2 we dealt with manuscript development part 1, day 3 manuscript development part 2, and day 4 manuscript development part 3, and so day 5 is manuscript development part 4. But on day 3, we now started gravitating from results. How do you present and interpret results? Then we also gravitated into the discussion. We then had opportunity in the subsequent presentations to give you tips on how to write an effective discussion. Effective in the sense that the journal editors will appreciate it. They will not come to you again and again. How is this written? Why did you write this? What? No, it's complete story, and they will easily accept your paper. And what remains is the editing, packaging, formatting, and presenting it for publication. We had time to do, we sort of called it open quote, close quotes, a field day yesterday. Field in the sense that it was largely plenary, and we want to appreciate the colleagues that accepted their works to be presented for others to learn from. And we hope that there was a lot of cohort learning on how we present our information and data. And our observation is that as students, we need to read a lot in the disciplines where we are. If you're from law, read a lot about the law journals. If you're from peace and conflict resolution, there are many journals on peace and conflict resolution. So read a lot and style yourself based on what these journals are saying, how they present the data, how they interpret. and so on and so forth. We know that it's much easier for the biological and biophysical sciences because there is a standard template, IMRAD, introduction, materials and methods, results and discussion. Any paper from the biophysical and biological sciences, and this involves the clinical, medical, all those will have that structure. But in the other disciplines, the structure is not so of a big deal. And so innovation is welcome. But within innovation, there lies the challenge. So it's actually much harder to generate manuscripts in the social sciences and humanities that are acceptable in journals. That's one of the reasons why you see that people, especially in the public health domain, have a very high citation index of their articles because somebody will write an article on hand washing and the effectiveness of washing hands or hand washing in school and the practice. And that can be a very, very serious article in community health. But in other domains, that may not be a big issue. They say hand washing, that one is known. People wash hands since ages back. But you saw from the time of COVID, I think there were even charts that were produced to direct people on how to wash hands. So somebody can write an article relating hand washing to diarrhea, dysentery, and disease infestation in a given area. And yes, journals in community and public health will accept this article. Yeah. So really, this is what we've been doing. And today, Day 5, Manuscript Development Process, Part 4, we are still focused on the structure and content of a well-written research manuscript. We will continue with presenting tips on the remaining sections. We have presented tips so far on results and discussion, the different facets and perspectives on how to interpret results, how to present results, and the what your findings are. And then we moved to the how, which is the discussion. How do your findings relate to the knowledge that is already existing? And that's the discussion. And we've discussed a lot of things. We are confident that we are learning. So there are quite a number of sections that are remaining. If you look at our menu, the ones in blue from number 1 to 7, we have done. And we now move on from number 1 to 14. And we would like to use our time efficiently today to make sure that we actually complete from number 1 to 14. And you're very welcome. At this point, I will hand it over to my colleague, Professor J.S. Tenywa, to take us through the introduction. And what we're going to do, we're going to go one section by one section and then give some time for discussion and interventions, presentation, and then move on to the next. So that means after introduction, we shall move to reference listing and so on and so forth. So my colleague will take us through the introduction. Welcome. Yeah.
Yes, good. I think it is afternoon. Good afternoon. Now we are on introduction. But as we discussed some time back, we said it is best to first of all have bullet points of what you want to include in a given section. And the same thing applies to introduction. it should have a background, for example. Where is the problem starting? Why are we concerned with this problem? And by all means, this all started when you wrote a proposal. And during that time of proposal writing, you did the problem analysis. And some of you may have used the cause effect analysis. And usually at that stage, then we go for the root causes. And the root causes in our training, we then associate ourselves with the root causes that have something to do with our discipline, because that's where our capabilities are. And then we turn the root causes. The root causes are normally, or the causes are normally in the negative. The cause, the effect is what we feel, but the cause is in the negative. So a disease affects someone, and that someone, you see the effects by the defects on that someone. So the root causes will be in the negative, and when we turn them into the positive, we get a piece of the objective. And if we improve on it, we get the actual objective. I don't want to take you in that direction, but I'm just saying that that's where everything started. And we had an introduction in the proposal which covered part of what we are now calling a manuscript. But then we didn't have the results and the methodology. So we are now piecing together all those things into an article. And this section is the introduction. And like everything else, starts with the background. Why are we concerned with this? Well, how did it start? And that actually connects with the knowledge of the reader. It's good to start where the reader's knowledge ends, and then you take them into a region where they know nothing, or they know something, but not as detailed as you want them to know. Okay? So usually that's the first paragraph, background. We don't subtitle, we just use paragraphs. But in some cases, you might be required to use subtitles within which there are paragraphs. Now, the problem with using subtitles in introduction is that you have to justify a subsection. It should not have a small paragraph, for example. It has to have a text that is reasonably substantial to merit subtitle. So if you don't want lengthy texts, remove the subtitles and connect the paragraphs so that you write an introduction free of subsections, subtitles. Okay, so the first subtitle or paragraph is background. Okay, the next section will be problem definition. What's the problem? What's the size, length, and width of this problem? Length in terms of geographical coverage, width, and even depth. To what extent is it a problem? And this can be discussed within a socio-economic context, economics context, environmental context, and so on, gender, and so on. And then the next, say, a paragraph will be what has been done about it so far. And that is now taking you into literature. And this literature must be relevant and preferably more recent, but if you don't have recent, go as far as work on the subject ended, to contextualize what knowledge exists and the knowledge gaps. And the knowledge gap will be orienting towards what you are suggesting, you are proposing. I mean, what you did. This is no longer a proposal. Towards the kind of story you are telling. Now, your work is addressing those gaps. And then the following paragraph can be, what are the options of dealing with these gaps? And then from those options, you select the best bet, and that's the method or the model, the whatever you used. It might have been the best bet at that time, and presently maybe there is something else. And finally, you are now stating the objective of this study or this work. What the very last statement of an introduction is normally the objective of the work. And it's, you remember, although actually we pick it from the results section where we designed it. You remember we said, map out your illustrations based on the news, and then formulate an objective that summarizes the information you want to write about, and then use the objective to write the other sections. But now we are saying that objective will have to be at the end of the introduction. In light of the information above, the objective of this study was to do this, that, so that something happens to the problem. Okay? We might have time to discuss the objectives. Most of the time, academic objectives are actually statements of activities. The objective of this was to construct new classrooms, for example, for this school. That's more of an activity. But why? Why should you? So that the education facility or whatever, the accommodation is sufficient for students. So that's the objective. There's an activity, and the reason why is now linking you to the problem that actually caused this study, this research. There was a problem of space for students, and therefore the activity was to construct new buildings in order to get that space. So it would have been good if we had enough time to go through an exercise like that. You remember we said your objective should be SMART, and SMART is it should be what? Specific, measurable, specific, measurable, accurate, reliable, and time bound. So you can see it should be very, very specific, which is different from the case of the project objective. The project objective, its smartness is different, and we don't have time to go through that. Okay. Now, the literature we use here should be up-to-date literature and relevant. We don't want to tell a lie. but it's possible the literature might not be directly concerned with what we are doing, but some aspects of the literature might be useful. So that one you can customize and use it towards contextualizing what you are discussing in your paper. We prefer that you write concisely, logically, and preferably narratively, and in a sequence where we normally say old and new. The writing is from old to new. So every time you are bringing an idea, it's a new idea, but you have to link it with the old idea you have already placed in it. Yeah. And therefore, that means that you are not going to use bullets. The bullets are only for the start. After that, we don't want bullets. Bullets break the flow. They are not meant to be a tool for providing a story. No. They will break the flow. So in the process of getting rid of the bullets, you are actually expanding what you had as a bullet into something that somebody will understand and get to the other one and the other one. And we can make the bullets into paragraphs or collapse more than one bullet in one paragraph, and so on and so on. But if the paragraphs become too many, then we think about subsections or subtitles. But as I said, in an introduction of an article, usually we avoid subtitles, because then you must justify having a subtitle with one paragraph or with one line. No. Okay. Okay. Yes, as it were, from the title, next is abstract, and next is introduction. As you realize, the title is the shortest form of this document. Then the abstract is the slightly expanded form of this abstract, this article. Okay, and the introduction is even more expanded to bring the context out. So the readers begin to be attracted to what you are presenting using those three. Okay? As they read, and our style of writing should be that we are making it more and more and more exciting, more and more informative, so that we keep our readers glued to this work, and they should do that until they finish the article. So, in other words, keeping your readers should be a function of making this as is like the door. You go through the first door, you see the front desk, then you enter a little more, you see a very nice body room, then you go in further, you see a nice canteen, and so the movement inside, there's like there is a pull, there's something pulling you inside, not something pushing you from outside. Okay? To achieve this type of writing, therefore, we must follow some rules. Because we want to connect with the reader's knowledge, now we must start general. Start general and end specific. So it's like we are using an inverted pyramid. A pyramid is supposed to be like a triangle, of course, which sits on its base. But when inverted, it means the base is the other way around. General, for example, we may talk about sub-Saharan Africa. This is a problem prevalent in sub-Saharan Africa. It's a problem in Tanzania, but in fact, it is beyond Tanzania. And therefore, this intervention which you are publishing should be useful to more than Tanzania. So Tanzania becomes a study site. You don't put Tanzania in the title. You tend to lessen the perspective of the impact to Tanzania, as if Tanzania is the only area having malaria. And so this medicine you are developing will only benefit Tanzania. It becomes very critical, especially in the proposals where people are going to estimate impact. That is dividing the money by the population or something like that, so that the higher the beneficiaries, the better. Those are some of the considerations at the level of the proposal. Not so much for the article, because nobody is going to blame you or to ask you to refund the money because you did not. But it also, it's a skill in writing. So you come from general, slowly to specific. You start from fighting a certain disease at a high, start with the effects, the observations made at the community level. Then you go down to the gene. And now at that point, when you start talking about the gene, you have so many readers, so many politicians are already gone, but they know what you are working on, what you are publishing is very important, relevant to communities, and they can justify another project on that next time and even give you a big grants of funds. Okay, so from general to specific, and from simple to highly technical. That's the way we should be writing. And beyond the objective, what comes in methodology in an article becomes very technical. And you don't have any sympathy for people who are not from that field, that discipline. At that point, you want to really to express yourself with the highest of knowledge and the intellect that you have, because okay. Yes, the article might cover developmental issues, but because it is scholarly, it more inclines towards academic issues, research intricate issues. Okay. Put yourself in the position of the reader. What questions will they be asking? What is really the problem? I can't see the problem. So you must clearly state the problem in its position and give empirical support to show the magnitude of the problem, which, if put the other way around, if removed, what do you think will be the relief to policymakers, to the people? The relief might be in terms of money, or removing a disease. For example, you're going to relieve this community so that more labor and so on is available for the developmental purposes. Now, this paper is not going to, it is showing impact, but this research doesn't have to cover all the impact, to deliver the impact, but there are pointers that if implemented, it will. But between now, from you, the researcher, and the implementation stage, there might be other stages, trials, and so on and so forth, that need to be contextualized to fit within the system of the end user. That's not part of your work now. You have produced the results. They are ready, but not ready for the end users. In other words, you don't have the actual recommendations, but you have conclusions, and other people can start from there. The more your conclusions tend towards the end user, the less your work is academic, of course, naturally, and the less some journals will be interested in your work. The more you will be thinking about writing extension materials, which is also good because these are now the actual products, and donors like those very much. But university promotion and so on will be more towards academic products, and those will be the journal products, and in which journal you are publishing, that will be another concern. Impact factor and so on and so forth. Although some of these things have turned into money. Okay. Yeah, this is you can subsection your work, your introduction, but as I said, it makes the introduction lengthy. And in scientific writing, scientists don't have a lot of time for lengthy text. They want crisp, short, and to the point. If you can, connect the point. Don't zigzag around before the other point. No, you're going to lose your readership. Okay? Yes, avoid bullets. Use bullets at the beginning, and after using them, make sure there's no bullet, because a bullet will disconnect the flow of your information. And if you allow the reader to connect bullets, they are not going to follow the direction of your thinking, your original thinking. Okay. Yes, this section is not a cut and paste. And when you cut and paste, you disconnect the flow of even your own thinking. And many will think they will come back and paraphrase, but you will, by the time you end, everywhere is pasted and whatever. And what you paste is a text that has been refined, reviewed, and peer reviewed, and to the extent that you can't arm twist it. You can't. You try to paraphrase, but now it's just impossible. And of course, apart from breaking the flow of your work, you have plagiarism test tools out there to pick your work as having been taken from elsewhere. And readers, once they know part of your work is from a false source, it's like somebody telling you a lie for the first time. It will be difficult for you to believe them again. It will be really an uphill battle for them to get you back to believe that what they are saying is correct. Okay, so we have to avoid that by keeping away literature which we read and writing original from our minds. We really have the capacity because we did this work and we belong to this discipline. So the fact that we chose to communicate means we have something to communicate, only that it has to be organized. Okay. Yeah, we are going to provide you with some questions, and these questions are like the reader is reading and he's questioning, he's looking for this type of information. You have to provide it, but in a way that is organized, flows, is logical, is in the shortest possible form. Okay. And all the way we are using the study objective to help us to keep on course. If you take out the study objective, you will write and write, and you'll never know when to stop writing. Because writing can become very interesting, but probably not in a sense that you are providing substance in that writing. But the objective will tell you how far to go and how far away from the center of this manuscript you should go. Because you'll be asking yourself, is this still relevant? Is it? Of course, if it is irrelevant, you can either throw it away or customize it to being relevant, or customize those aspects in it that should be relevant. Okay. And then people will be asking, where is the news here? I mean, they are not seeing that news that you are publishing. So you have again to reevaluate your results and whatever, so that you bring out those aspects. They might be very small, but when connected to existing literature and so on, you can create theories, hypotheses, and so on, and suggest that more work could be done on this. Like our colleague who had all parameters non-significant, but only one. That's where you should really, really demonstrate your expertise by blowing up this and creating avenues for further studies, or, really explore it to the most and come out with recommendations, not so much to the end user, maybe to other people who are going to pursue work after you. And also, you may add those aspects that seem to be contradicting what is known. So you have this one which is significant, and you have the non-significant, and you try to find out, and the implication of not being significant, assuming it's not a methodological problem. Yes, when we are writing introduction, we don't bring what we did as findings or methodology in the introduction. It's like you are telling a story. Every aspect of the story should have its own time. So from the title, say the title is this. In summary, this study was about this, and these are the results we got. Now, when you are writing an introduction, it's like you are expanding the background of, there's a background statement on the abstract. Of course, many people don't put that background statement, which is wrong. Many people start, an experiment was carried out in something to find out this using this. But for heaven's sake, don't you think I'm losing something? I need to know, how did you even think about this study? What caused it? Hmm? Where did all this start? And then you go to an experiment was carried. That's a summary of methodology, by the way. So you have a background in the we will come to abstract, I think. But so the background is the one we are blowing up now to form the introduction. That's what we are doing. And it has nothing like a study was carried out, the methodology was, no. Those have their own sections later on. And when you go to methodology, you really go to the details of it, and then results, then discussion, then conclusion. So the introduction is it's giving you the whole context, the big picture of where you are coming from and where you eventually went, and then what came out, or what was expected to come out, and that will be the objective, the last bullet. Paul, okay.
Yes.
Yeah, the last bullet. Now, when you reach the last bullet, the objective, we normally don't add anything else. You can go and read your literature. Introduction ends with the objective, and after that, we go to methodology. Okay? So if you are looking for objective in the document, you go to the introduction at the end of it. But there's also an objective in the abstract, and it is the same statement. Don't change it. After the background statement, as I said, next will be the objective, which is you just copy from the bottom of the introduction and paste, because it's the same. It is smart. You have constructed it. You don't want to damage it again. And after the objective, then comes a study was carried out or conducted in this area, in this year, at this whatever, and then treatments will follow. Treatments and their structure and the design, and then collecting data, parameters, and after collecting data, then analysis ends the materials and methods. And it goes on and on and on. You formulate the results, the illustrations, the what, and then interpret, discuss, and come out with the conclusions in a story. I'm not sure whether this is. I think that's it. That's it for introduction. Obviously, it's going to vary depending on the area at hand, the subject at hand. And it's really your innovation. No, there's no guideline instruction as to how you should write it. But how best you write it will give a reflection on your capacity in that area and knowledge, current knowledge in that area, that field. And by the way, by the time you write this introduction, you should be quite knowledgeable. You've read so many articles, so many whatever. And when you put this as the first draft, then next is to go and read more and more in the aspects that you think you need more information. And then you start citing within your draft, not writing citations before your draft is complete. And now I'm talking about the draft of introduction. Okay? Now, this introduction is written you remember, after putting together our results. So it is written to connect with the results. But you remember, we had the results and and
Yes, that is easy.
and formulated the objective, the study objective. So the objective is coming from the results, and the introduction is ending with the objective. So, so you can see they are all aligned. But if you remove the objective, the introduction might never reach or align with the results that you selected. Okay, we can have ideas, can share ideas, questions.
At least 3.
I understand three of those. And they can be arising from your work or your experience, but preferably your work if you have a complication with your work.
Are they there?
Are we still together? Dr. Ranyararo, you are better connected with participants.
Yes, 300.
Yes, we are connected, Prof.
Yes. Should we continue?
Yes.
Any questions before we move to the next section?
Questions, there are people who have hands up. Maybe we could allow them to speak.
Yeah, please go ahead and allow at least up to 3, 4 people. Hello, we are waiting.
Sylvia or Rukia, Kosi?
Yes, I'm okay. I'm following.
Do you have a question?
Yeah, not for today, not on this section, but I wrote a question on about the parts of policy brief yesterday. So it's my hope that within today's session you will tell us briefly
It's about what?
the sections of our policy brief.
Or policy brief?
Yeah, just the sections. Does it have a specific section? Because I tried to Google and search, but it gives a lot of different views. Does it have a particular arrangement like IMRAD, or is it just your own innovativeness?
No, the approach to doing a policy brief is totally different.
Yeah,
This
maybe.
one, you remember, you remember on day 1 we gave a profile
Yeah,
of scholarly outputs. And
yeah.
then we said our focus and interest as per the charge given to us was journal manuscripts. So we are
Oh,
not talking about policy reviews. We are not talking about we are not talking about leaflets, flyers, brochures.
yeah.
No, we are focused
Okay, it's okay.
on journal manuscripts.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, maybe another time we will
Yeah,
ask
any other time. Yeah.
to organize a right show on policy
Yeah.
briefs, and then we shall release information on policy briefs.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we can have Sylvia. Francis. Tony. Winjoy.
Yes, I'm here.
Please shoot.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Please ask the question.
Okay. Thank you, Prof, for this introduction bit of our learning. Thank you so much. Prof, I would have loved you to give a simple, maybe like example how to write a background which is logically flowing. During COVID, in Uganda we had COVID-X, which came as a solution to COVID-19. Maybe using that example, can you give me just an example I can write my background to flow right from the background and up to where you say now, at least the last part I got it well. That night it must give me the objective why I'm carrying on that study. Thank you.
Yes, you see, this is, you see, if you are like they discovered the COVIDX, and they want to publish, they want their payers to know that COVIDX, which works in Uganda, or which has potential to work, maybe it has not been tested on a wide community level, but now you are telling people that for the first time we have discovered COVIDX, which actually works on COVID-19. So you'll have to start a background where people know COVID-19 is what do you call it? Okay, COVID-19 has disrupted the well-being of communities, interfered with the developments, and so on and so forth. That's at least most people know that. So we are starting from where they are, and then we give a coverage of, say, geographical coverage. Is it a pandemic or an epidemic? I don't remember. Is it a pandemic? Okay, whatever it is. So we give geographical coverage and we give the intensity. It has gone. The severity, the significance on labor, on developments, on what, and then the potential to continue doing that. And then next, we have to talk about what is known about COVID.
And if there is nothing known about COVID, at least there is something known about epidemics that spread in the same manner as COVID.
So we can say COVID is likely to do the same havoc as certain other epidemics that people have gone through. And then we now have to think of what solutions exist so far, and to what extent have those solutions, the options, been investigated, and what are the results in summary. Okay? And now, what is remaining, what's not known? That those options are not conclusively working. They are probably reliefs. They relieve the patient, but they don't completely take away COVID. But there is an opportunity to develop such whatever if we do A, B, C, D and follow this. Okay? Then
this study therefore
this study therefore
was conducted to address this gap.
Yes.
Focusing on
using these
developing a
principles
vaccine.
and so on to come up with either vaccine or a curative substance. So from there, you go to methodology or materials and methods. You set up the treatments, use a design, or you use the design, now you are reporting.
Yeah, that was used.
And then the data you collected as a result of those treatments on people, and then you get the results, you analyze them using a certain technique that was most suitable for that, and now you have the results in tables, figures, okay? Now you line up these tables, figures, into a chronological story, okay? And then interpret your results, what the results are saying vis-a-vis the study objective. And then next you go to the discussion. So what? Maybe listing the conditions that within which this COVID seems to be working. And then getting to conclusion, you say it actually works up to this. However, this and this and this, under these conditions, it doesn't work. Therefore, there's need for further research to examine those conditions that are remaining to get the ideal results from this new intervention, and so on and so forth. I don't know whether we're answering your question.
Yeah, but put the other way, what we are presenting are guidelines to developing an introduction. So
Yeah.
rather than
You wanted an example.
rather than throwing the question to us for an example, the challenge comes to you. Use these questions as presented to now develop bullets. Those bullets turn into a narrative. Because now, yes, I can give an example for the COVIDX. But then remember, this platform has close to 400, they've been 500 participants, and everybody is doing a particular research.
Yes.
And so this is now a blueprint for you to use. And you know, when students normally come, the students that you're guiding and mentoring, you tell them what is the problem. You're writing a paper, and they actually describe it nicely in speech,
Their own words.
in their own words. But now when they go to paper to write, then it doesn't come out. So the issue is, rather than look at examples, you actually already have a lot of examples in your discipline. If you are an agri-economics, if you're a rural sociologist, there are so many journals on rural sociology. So look at these journals. How have they styled their writing? Look at these journals in pathology. Look at these journals in molecular biology. How have they? And read a lot. That's why we said on day one that good writers are good readers. You're not going to develop your writing skills by examples in a seminar like this. No. You're going to develop your skills by hands-on. Use these slides and these questions provided to say, okay, a good introduction is supposed to, actually from the slides that you've seen, a good introduction is an analysis of the challenge. Yes, it is a very, very succinct analysis of the challenge, 2 pages, or sometimes even 1 page in some journals. Yeah.
And we don't aim at the pages, by the way.
So we are just throwing the challenge back to you, and not only to you, but to all the students. Yeah.
But also, in addition, you see, the papers you read, the work behind those papers is so much that for you want to write like them, but they were not started like that. They were drafts and draft 2, draft 3, 4, 5, and now they were now published. But for you want to write like them without going through the other channel. No way, it doesn't work. Whatever you have in mind about a subject, put it on paper. It doesn't matter how you place it, then you can now go back and reorganize and reorganize, and you keep reorganizing as you write more and more and more. Eventually you get to that level of writing or publishing. Don't fear putting whatever you have on paper. That's the starting point. And most people fail to write because of that. Okay?
Yeah,
maybe we do one
there
more.
was that quote
To
that
do
we
it-
made the other day. I have never known a person who knows
perfects.
who perfects writing by merely talking about it.
Yes.
Perfecting writing and perfecting being a scholar is about doing it.
Yes.
Yeah. Do it for your newsletter in the department, do it for your bulletin, and then over time you actually learn. And then you now start doing it for international journals.
So maybe we take one more.
Okay, Francis. Joy.
Yes, thank you so much for the presentation, Prof. This is Winjoy Nyawera from Chuka University, Kenya. Mine is just a clarification. Earlier you mentioned use of bullets, and I think I missed that section. I didn't clearly hear where you're saying we can use bullets, so I just want you to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay, you see, when you start writing, you will never know the direction you are taking. You might take off at a tangent, but you will not realize. But if you place your ideas in bullets, those bullets form the paragraphs and in an organized form. They form the paragraphs if aligned in the direction of the objective. They form paragraphs. So write bullet, then paragraph, bullet, paragraph. And whenever you write and cover a bullet, a paragraph, you will know that is now finished. Now next is this. Now next is this. Now, like that. And because you are writing like a story, the bullet must disappear and the story must flow. So from one bullet to the other, you must make sure that there is a link. And the link is guided by the study objective. Okay?
Yeah, I have seen in the chat, we need to move on to the next section, but there is that summarize for us the components of the introduction. I thought this presentation was actually a summary of the components, but we can say it again and probably say it differently. The introduction has a background, and that background is normally one statement or two sentences which
So
are capturing
the first paragraph.
the first paragraph, capturing the globe. And everything has a globe. For example, we are talking about the virus COVID-19. Viruses, it's not only COVID-19, but epidemics have a globe. So in this paper of COVID-19, you can give an introduction and you say, globally, viruses have always caused havoc. Every time they come in the setting of an epidemic that causes a lot of disruption in global public health systems. During the year 2019, a new virus came on the scene. So two sentences or one paragraph in your introduction is introducing the global context and situating the challenge that you're studying into that global context. So that's, you start with the introduction of the introduction, the global context. If you like, you can call that paragraph a background, such that we are not saying introduction of the introduction. So you give a background. Now, after you've given a background,
Now, before you continue, many people will expand that background into many paragraphs. For an article, you need to be very brief. For a proposal for a project, you might need 4 paragraphs for just a background. But an article, scholars don't have time. They want to go to what is it? So giving a background, it should not take all the time for somebody to even get lost about where they are when reading.
So one paragraph is enough. And
Yeah.
once you've set that paragraph, then you've now set a stage for the problem statement.
Yes.
What is now the problem? Zeroing in.
Now, what is the problem?
Yes,
The reader is now asking,
zeroing in on you've now talked about the global context, but you now end that paragraph with the specifics, COVID-19. So thereafter, don't talk about any other epidemic. You are now talking about the specific thing that
you are talking about COVID.
Yes, about COVID.
Yeah.
And thereafter, you can talk about the variants, the micro, whatever, this, Delta, and what, and how they became, the mutation was so rapid, and what, and so the challenge for management.
Yes.
Yeah.
And then you go to which one of those variants is your work focused on?
Yes.
Yeah. So you can see coming from broad to specific, coming from simple to highly technical. By the time you reach the objective,
it is for technical audience.
And when you reach the objective, you've now delineated the focus.
Yeah.
It is technical. You are no longer saying, again, America has done this, and no. It's now technical.
Yeah.
It might be for the lab now.
Yeah. So, introducing the introduction, which is the background, the problem statement,
defining it.
And when you define the problem statement, you now point us to the significance.
Yes. What are the
significance? And answering the significance, you would be asking yourself one key question. What is the contribution now? What will the world lose without this work that you're reporting? Yeah, and now that you're reporting it, what do you expect us to gain? So that is the significance. And as you dovetail into the significance, you can now bring in the scientific aspects of your thesis. You know, sometimes we talk about thesis and we think it's the book, but the thesis is the idea, the hypothesis, if you like now. So therein it comes again. You can't run away from that statistical thing. What did you test anyway? Because remember, in the papers, the introduction is going to dovetail into the methodology. Yeah. So as soon as you finish that, the specific objective, why that paper? Remember, we said that even for the paper, you have an objective that you crafted based on the data that you selected. So then you state the specific objective, and the logical flow will arise, because after you've stated the objective, what now we need is the methods that you used to achieve that objective. Yeah. And yesterday, we talked about the methodology. Yeah. So I hope we've answered that. And sorry, we've taken a bit of time on this. We need to move. But my colleague here has stated it very nicely, that, you know, your house has doors. So the title is an open door. And so people have entered. Then you have an abstract that is taking you to the front desk, reception or something. Then now you have the introduction that is pointing you to one of the useful offices that you want to visit. Now, if the door is not appealing, you say you peep and you start seeing cobwebs and whatever, you see fallen chairs and the smell, then the chances are that you will not proceed to the reception. Yeah. And even if you proceed to the reception, you're already biased. So you may be very reluctant. Somebody calls you on phone and you pick the phone and even move out. And you may never come back. Yeah. So you have to style yourself to ensure that the write-up is appealing enough. And we are telling you the realities, because this is what happens with reviewers as well. They read the title, they read the
even themselves.
Yeah, and
They select what to read by just title and go ahead.
and they just give up. They say, I doubt whether this paper is making any contribution to science. So anyway, we have to move on, colleagues. I hope we are speaking to one another. There is a hand up, Grace Kamanga, and one other. Can we give opportunity to those two hands raised and then we move on? Is that okay? Grace Kamanga, please go ahead.
Yes, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Hello. Oh, yeah. Thank you so much for the insightful presentations. I'm learning a lot from whatever you're presenting. But I think Prof made a very interesting point about context. I think I missed part of that point that he made, where he said that, I think he highlighted something to do with Sub-Saharan Africa. I had an experience recently when I submitted a paper to a certain journal. And then I saw that they said that the context which I was studying, because the case study is just a specific country, but then I said in sub-Saharan Africa. Despite that, I also included literature from the SSA context in my literature review. They said that a specific country cannot represent the whole region of sub-Saharan Africa. I don't know how best to do this, because in my previous experiences also, I've noted that if you just put a country in the title, in most cases they say we're not interested in a specific. It's not enough scope for us to accept your paper, for example. But then if you also like put the bigger context to say sub-Saharan Africa, despite the similarities in some things like maybe the cultural issues and everything, they'll be like, no, it's not representative enough. So for me, it's kind of a dilemma to say, how do you best present a topic or a title of an article? Because if you say Sub-Saharan Africa or Southern Africa, most of the times, especially journals from the global north, they'll be like, it's not representative enough. And then if you put a specific country, they'll be like, no, that's also very small a scope. So I don't know how best we can balance this in order to be included, because sometimes you feel like also if you leave it blank without putting the context, they also question that kind of a title. I also found another comment which was interesting, which they said that.
Can you address that one first?
Okay.
You see, if you're addressing an issue that has no geographical boundaries beyond the countries,
Mm-hmm.
and you are not starting with Kenya has there's a malaria in Kenya. Of course, people know malaria it goes beyond Kenya. It can be a tropical disease, it can be whatever. And malaria with malaria, so that you don't have to put Kenya or Sub-Saharan Africa in the title. Okay? And when you are starting the background, again, you are not starting with Kenya, with malaria, because malaria is beyond Kenya. So the title may not even have a geographical location. Only that Kenya becomes a place where the study was done to represent the wider area. Of course, somebody cannot say Kenya is too small for sub-Saharan Africa. I mean, you have mentioned earlier that this problem is not restricted in Kenya, but also people know that you are not going to study the whole of sub-Saharan Africa, bring it in a lab in Kenya and study it. So Kenya is representing the other areas. But of course, we also know that people in other countries may suspect that these results are not representative enough for specific areas based on certain conditions they speculate, like differences in specific weather, like differences in culture, different. So they can go and test in their locations to see whether these results are correct. So it depends on how you contextualized your study. If you focused your introduction, whatever, on Kenya, you cannot start with sub-Saharan Africa, because that means the disease, the malaria is barricaded within Kenya. Beyond Kenya, it might be difficult to find a similar condition where this problem prevails. I don't know whether it makes sense.
Yeah, but this whole thing of contextualizing your study depends on the nature and type of the study and how you style up your writing. Because if for example, you're talking about plant cells are the same everywhere, whether it's Japan, whether it's Florida, whether it is Ireland, whether it is Africa. But if you're talking about farmer perceptions, the farmer perceptions in Kenya may not necessarily be the same as as Peru.
So right from the word go,
so it
is about Kenya.
So you cannot use a global context for farmer perceptions, but you can use a global concept for parasitology. If you're doing cell structure and what it is. So it depends on what you're reporting and what you're writing.
Or DNA, you can't say DNA in Kenya.
Yeah. and you have to put it in context. So the nature and the type of the study being reported in your manuscript will determine the style of writing, but will also determine the scope of coverage. And I'm glad you're asking this question, because especially colleagues from economics, agriculture economics, when you read their papers, they always they always localize information that is intended for a global audience. For example, Kajiado. There are so many papers in Kenya that talk about Kajiado district, Kajiado, and it's in the title. The case of Kajiado, the case of Kajiado. But when you look at it, the paper is actually not a case study of Kajiado. Kajiado
is
a study site. And so Kajiado should not be in the title. It should be in the materials and methods. And when I'm in Florida and I see rainfall intensity and its effect on livestock management, the case of Kajiado, then I start asking myself, what is Kajiado? Is Kajiado a cattle variety, a cattle breed? Is Kajiado a grassland type? Is Kajiado? So I lose interest. But if you said that paper is about livestock management in semi-arid and highland areas, because there are highland areas in India. There is the Himalayas. There is every part of the world has highland areas. So then you write convincingly to tell us that Kajiado was only a victim of your study. Because you are Kenyan, you wanted to use Kajiado as a location. You couldn't go to India, or you couldn't go to the Himalayas. You are in Kenya, and that's where you studied. And so when I'm in the Himalayas, I will know that this paper is about highlands and how we suffer in highlands
and dry
and dry highlands, and how we suffer to deal with grass ecology and what. And so I will read. So the question you asked is important for us, and indeed for everybody. We always localize studies that are otherwise intended for international context. And localizing your studies is a recipe for rejection. Just as you said, they will say, no, Kenya cannot represent the whole of sub-Saharan Africa. But it's because of how you wrote and how you styled yourself. Okay, colleagues, this has taken a little longer. We need to start, although we said Grace and one more person. So can we take this one more person and we proceed.
Yes. Hello.
Yes, please go ahead.
Hello. This is Joyce.
This
Can
is
you
what?
hear me?
Yes, we hear you, Joyce.
This is Joyce Adokoraj. Joyce Adokoraj is a PhD student from Makerere University.
Yes,
Thank you
Joyce.
so much, Prof, for your. Yes, I'm really grateful for all the deliberations. And it's unfortunate that I didn't start from the beginning of the week, but I'm still at the proposal development. And my issue is that at the beginning, you stated that the introduction shouldn't have. Okay, it's not necessary to have many subtitles. After the introduction, then we go to problem statement, then objectives. And then my question is, at what stage do we bring in the justification of the study and the significance of the study? That's my question. Thank you.
That's a very, very good question. Now, I noticed that we are students on the platform at different sections of our thesis development and progression in our academic careers. Now, we are talking about scientific writing for journals. We normally give a training on proposal development for PhD and master's students. Now, if you look at journals and how they are written, and you say introduction, we said it's 1 or 2 pages. There may even be no sections, it's just paragraphs. So things flow into each other. But for the proposal, you have sections.
Yes.
So you have significance of the research, you have problem statement, you have rationale, you have geographical scope, you have now for papers, no. For papers, it is a summary of all that we are putting in here. So they really vary. And you know, there is a slight difference and a thin line between each of those. Because when you say problem statement, what is the problem? When you say justification, why are you doing that work? Instead, there are so many problems, but why are you addressing that problem? That is the justification. Then the rationale is about, even within that problem, there are so many other things. But why did you now decide to deal with aluminium toxicity and not nitrogen and not yes,
and all this?
Why did you decide to go with gender? And even within gender, you're looking at people who are disabled or blind, or why? So your rationale and all those are connected. And sometimes in the proposal,
they are just double checking.
Yeah, they are double checking
the consistency.
Yeah.
To see whether you are really consistent, whether you know what you are talking about. They are just trying to confuse you to see whether you'll get off the track. Yeah. That's all. But by the time you reach a publication, you are not sympathizing with anybody. You are not begging. You are published. You are sending out information.
Yeah, you're not convincing the department to release you to do research
or to get a degree.
Yeah. So anyway, if you are following the list of, I think Grace has a hand up, but I think we'll take it that that's an old electronic hand. So we need to move on.
No, I'm on.
Yes. You're on for a question? Oh.
Yes, just a quick one. Thank you, Prof.
Would like to move on. Yeah.
Should I go ahead?
Go ahead.
Yeah, this is Grace, a PhD student here at the University of Nigeria. Assuming I adopted a theoretical framework, at what point did I talk about it in the introduction? And another thing about systematic review, how different is the introduction for systematic review and the peer review paper? Only that. Thank you.
Okay. Now, this writing a systematic review follows 8 stages. And we have said again and again on this platform that we have had a conversation with colleagues at Forum and told them that, you know, writing a systematic review is a good thing, and especially for students at PhD or even masters. Even before you do your research and have all the data from your literature review, you can do a systematic review. Now, one of the stages in the systematic review is the research question, where you're going to determine the inclusion and exclusion criteria for the articles that you'll select from the existing literature. Now, that introduction, I mean, that question is addressing a problem. Why are you reviewing literature for a given period of time, 10 years, 90? What is the gap? So the introduction will be about that gap and why you now want a synthesis of literature about that gap. That will be the introduction. Now, again, theoretical framework, this is more on the side of proposals than now on journal publications. Your theoretical framework was giving you a map. You know, the theoretical framework is a map that is linking the dependent variables and independent variables and the what connector variables and moderator variables. That how are you moving from what
one point to another?
Yes, and how are you moving from the problem
To the,
what is the intervention and what is expected?
the result?
What is the
and
result? Yeah.
output.
So a theoretical framework is like a mind map to what is going to happen.
Yeah.
But now, from where we're coming from, we said we assume that you have your data, you've analyzed it, and now you're packaging it into a story to tell the world, which is a scientific publication. Now, your theoretical framework had so many variables, had so many. Now you've now picked out,
narrowed it down.
you've now narrowed it down, and in the paper we are no longer, we are not proposing to do research. We already did the research,
But
and we have the data to analyze.
but-
I mean to package and publish.
But if the research is about designing different
Yes.
theoretical frameworks, the different ways of convincing people using visuals, then theoretical framework becomes an issue in the results.
It is the result.
It's the results.
Yes.
And there is what you are going to discuss and publish. Otherwise, theoretical framework was a means of getting the results and a means of convincing or persuading the donor to believe that your work is effective and you will get the deliverables for which you're asking them for the money.
Thank you, Grace, and thank you all colleagues online for the plenary session and conversation that we've had. I know Atur is probably asking us to continue to move forward because we have quite a number of tips that we need to share. And if you've been following the listing that we've had in our agenda, this, right after introduction, we move to list of references. That's a citation and list of references. Now, the list of references is the section that you have in your paper. The citation is what you put in the manuscript. Now, of course, we all know, and I think we are going to have an easy ride on this because there is a lot that we know about literature and the use of it. So citation is very, very core to scholarly writing. And when we cite, we acknowledge in the text that the statement we have made is supported by an earlier study or is supported by things that are already known in the scholarly practice. Yeah.
Even physical things.
Yes, physical things that are already known, that Lake Victoria exists, we know. Lake Victoria is the biggest mass of water, fresh water and whatever. Where can I go to read more about Lake Victoria? Because for you, you've used the statement, but where can I go to read more about Lake Victoria? It also shows continuity of research within a discipline or field. And this is very, very important because within a given field, research builds on research. So it's like you have work that was done in 1960, but somebody did work in 1970, another did work in 1980. So it's like you pick up these citations, you've seen this, and guidelines in citing indicate that you cite, I've seen papers where somebody says 2020, then the next reference in the same bracket is 1960, then the other is 1980. No, we say cite chronologically. And when we say cite chronologically, we mean those dates that you start with the older references and then move to the earlier references. Now, that means that that aspect has been studied over those years. And so the latest is the one that is giving you the modified version onto that aspect, or the current agreed consensus onto that aspect. So citing literature tells us that that aspect or that statement that you've coined is active in the knowledge generation platform. It's not gone. It is still on the charts. And that, yes, somebody found that theory, but more people have contributed more variables to that theory, and so on and so forth, or have removed some parameters from that theory, and so that's why we are saying that citations reveal continuity of research within a given discipline. But they also introduce ideas of other scholars. So, you are saying that so-and-so said this and this, and in a more recent citation, looks like there is a modification to this, or in a more recent citation, there is agreement, but adds on another dimension that says this and this. Citation also gives readers information on the sources that you used and how to find them. And this is very, very important because we want to know how versatile you are with your idea, because scientific ideas are about brushing onto each other and refinement. It's like picking iron ore and putting it in a furnace, 7,000 degrees Celsius. And that's how science works, that you have an idea, you beam it out there within a group of peer reviewers, and then the peer reviewers comment and give you ideas and tell you that, yes, this is correct, this is how it works. Citation is important because it gives credit to the original author. And we are in an era of where it is possible to check for plagiarism, and we can tell the similarity index of your work. So we can tell that this statement, you are just joining statements and you have picked them from other sources. So we avoid plagiarism or being caught up for plagiarism if we cite and use proper citations. So we don't take the credit of others because somebody else discovered what we are saying, and we are simply putting it up to say that it's ours. Citation helps those who want to find out more about your ideas and where they have come from. And so they also build on another perspective to those ideas. Now, not all sources are actually good sources or even right sources. your own ideas may often be more accurate or interesting than those of your sources. So you are also checking the literature and citing to say that, yes, I picked this idea from Steele and Torrey, but I think to Steele and Torrey, we can add this and make things better. So citation shows how much research you have done in terms of searching your work and building. And these days we have so many databases. You can, there are some students who will only focus on Scopus and they just read journals in Scopus, and you can tell from the reference listing that they only, or there are some people who only cite their own references, which we call self-referencing. And you know, when you have a document and you have so much self-referencing, Nampal et al., 2022, this one and this, it only means that you did not read enough. You're recycling your own, what you know, and you did not consult with other sources. So self-referencing or self-citation can be a misgiving to your work. So good citation strengthens your work. And I have said that these days it's possible to do Turnitin. There are so many software that we can do in order to do citation. Now, when do we cite within text? We cite when we think that we have borrowed some words, we have borrowed ideas, or we have picked statistics that we need to acknowledge the original source. We cite when we have a quote. I hope that you know that quotes cannot be changed. So what Nyerere said is what he said, and we just lift it and put it into. If you modify it, that quote is also a source of data. Yeah, you have to put open quote, close quote. That's why it's called a quote. But when you modify the quote, then you are interpreting, or paraphrasing. So you need to declare that we are talking about Chinua Achebe, and Chinua Achebe said that when birds learn to fly, when man learns to shoot without missing, then birds learn to fly without patching. Then if you put trees, patching on trees and what, then you have to put in brackets with slight modifications by the authors or something. Yeah. So to avoid plagiarism, even when we borrow these words or we borrow statements, we need to paraphrase. And that's why we said that the best use of literature is for us to read and put it away. You know, I have been in situations where colleagues are writing proposals or they are writing theses, and you get to their office and the office is full of books, and they did not want to cover up a certain page, so they left page 200 and put it on the other tables. Then they have put the other. So they say, don't touch don't touch anything. No. First read, understand, and then to that understanding, write it out yourself. But as you read and understand and write it out yourself, then you are paraphrasing, and you will not be caught for borrowing word for word, cut and paste of what others have said. Yeah, and some people have also said that one of the challenges with reading and then put it away, you'll forget the source of the citation. No, these days we have many reference software. We have EndoNote, we have Zotero, we have Mendeley, we have, and so when you read, you can put that reference into your software and archive it. Yeah, and when you archive it, that reference, once you cite it, it comes automatically into the reference list when you're using EndNote. Yeah, so we also cite when we use an idea that someone else has already expressed. We cite when we use specific reference to the work of another scientist or other scientists. or when someone else's work has been critical in developing your own ideas. So you have your own ideas, but you use the Archimedes principle, or you used the gravitational forces, or you used, so then you cite. Yeah. Your write-up is not about gravitational forces or what you used is gravitational forces. So you have to cite. Citing and listing is only for published and up-to-date references. Unpublished material should not be listed.
Can be cited though.
But it can be cited. So you can cite, but I have also seen where we are writing papers in 2025, and then we say so and so unpub. We normally say unpub 2012. Now, unpublished 2012. That is.
Will it ever be published?
Will it ever be published? That is over a couple of years ago, and so you have to be very careful.
That one you mean
Yeah.
is unpublished.
Yeah. So you have to be very careful on what you choose to cite as unpublished. And I'm sure by now we clearly understand when we say cite and then when we say listing. The listing is the list of literature that you find in the reference section that you read, and they actually exist. Yeah. Then the citing is what you have in text. Now, this citing and listing varies. There are so many styles, and we are not going to go into those styles because they're actually published.
That's a homework.
Yeah, so it can be a homework for you. Vancouver, Boston, Chicago, Oxford style, and what their upper style. And so upper tells you how to cite, and then also how to list. Vancouver tells you how to cite and how to list. Oxford, Boston, upper, they give you how to cite and how to list. And there are interesting differences. And that alone can cause a reviewer to tell you that your work is poorly done.
And each journal has its own citation style.
Every journal has a citation style.
And you can fix that style in your reference manager so that the end note, the word.
Yeah, so there are some materials that we can see in libraries, and they are not available in the public. Remember, we said the publication is something in the public located strategically for people to see. And these days we have websites, we have so if it is not available, so things like PASCOMs, personal communications, or unpublished data, again remains only in text, and it should not be included in the reference list. But remember, personal communication should be used and sourced for experts or people that are very knowledgeable in that field. You should not say so and so personal communications, and this person is a technician in your lab
who changed
who
grammages.
Yes, who changed the number of the grams that you use for mixing a certain solution, or who said that the dichotomous key or the Likert scale should actually have 6 values, not 5. Now, but the Likert scale was already invented and we're already using it. So there is no personal communication about Likert scale anymore. We know it is documented, it's written. Yeah, but personal communication, if your lead economist in a country reads the budget and makes a comment in passing, which is not even in the budget notes, and that is a very important message. So when you're writing a paper after the budget has been passed, then that is PASCOMS, personal communication. And when we go back to this Minister of Finance and we ask the remarks that he said, he will still be able to substantiate and define what they meant, that headline inflation is increasing or what, hardcore inflation. Now, not many people will understand what you mean by hardcore inflation or what, and so on and so forth. So this personal communication should be to experts, people that can explain what is actually happening and what is going on. Manuscripts that have been submitted for review but not accepted by a journal or other publication are considered unpublished or grey literature. So they should not find their way into the reference list. Then you have things that we may not consider important. One of the things about reference listing is that sometimes it's very difficult for the editor to ensure accuracy of the reference list. If you write my name as Paul Kampala, I mean, the editor probably knows Nampala, Paul Nampala exists, but he will not circle the K. Maybe there is another Kampala in Kampala. So you see, it is very, very important to ensure accuracy of the reference list. And the onus is on you, the author, to ensure that the reference list is accurate. If references were done by, if the paper is by 3 people, and then I omit the third, and I say J.S. Tenywa and Paul Nampala, and I omit the third person, I mean, the editor won't know that this paper is actually. So as researchers, as scientists, we have to know and ensure that we have an accuracy of the reference list particularly. But there are also some specifics apart from accuracy that we need to follow. And those specifics are given in the reference style, that the journal name is in italics, the years are in brackets, that there is a comma somewhere. Now, if you don't follow those rubrics, you can have a lot of problems with editors. It can even result into rejection of the paper just because you've not done the reference listing and the reference citation correctly. Yeah, and that you've not done it correctly. Also, in addition to accuracy, this used to be a problem sometimes, but these days it's easy. These commas, what are a style, a syntax of the citation of the literature of that style and format. So if you use the existing reference managers, those reference managers know. So you will simply put it in your text and then it lands into your reference listing. If you're using upper, it will use the upper style. If you're using Vancouver, it will use the Vancouver style. So gone are the days when we had to struggle manually to do a referencing list. So we need to ensure that all cited literature in the text is listed in the reference section and vice versa. Now, we are talking about journal manuscripts, and normally the references are even fewer, but we still have a lot of problems that you can find that you have in the reference list, references that are appearing nowhere in the text. But similarly, you find a lot of reference cited but are not appearing in the reference list. And this can be very painful because it causes delays in processing manuscripts. You find a very good manuscript, the editor is ready, it is listed and has been formatted, it's manuscript number 1 in the journal lined up, but the authors are not providing the missing references. Yeah, when I was a little engaged during my master's, we used this was part of what we used to do you know, you have a journal, it's ready, you are writing to the authors, they are not bringing it. So we go and Google it up, we get the reference, we fix it, and we get the journal released, and we move on. But of course, we inform the author that we have fixed for you this, and this is how it reads. What do you say? Is this the reference that you needed? But authors providing this information sometimes takes forever. We need to list references in alphabetical order, of course, following the common practice that is in all that cuts across. There are some that use numbering. So they use a bracket and they put a number. I think that's the Oxford style. And when they put a number, then the references are not listed in alphabetical order. They just go by the number. The first one is the first one to be listed, and so on and so forth. Now, if same author then follow the publication years in increasing order, this is a very old style, I bid. They used to just put, and then they say I bid.
It's no longer used.
But it's no longer used. Now, if same principal author for a number of articles in 1 year, then follow alphabetical order of the second or third author. If same author for a number of articles in 1 year, then we now use the letters A, B, C against the year. So 2008A, 2008B, 2008. Now, this is important because some people go and pick a reference that has 2008B and they just put it in their work. But it was used by somebody else because this somebody had same authors with so many papers published in 2008. Now, for you, you simply now have 2008B. You don't have A. And then again, you will see somewhere 2008B. You don't have C. So that means you're simply picking from that paper and importing it into your paper. Yeah. Now, if article was cited by another article, but you fail to get access to it, then it is possible to say Solomon 1928 as cited by.
And one that goes to the list is the cited.
Yes, the one that goes to the list is the one that is cited. Because remember, this list is guiding authors to find where to get literature. Yeah, so then if you can't find 1928, it's an old reference, but it was cited by. And the understanding is that when Kamoto 2008 cited, they carried the ideas that were in 1928. So you are still safe. It is very important that you note that you are expected to cite literature only if you read the actual article. Yes. So you must not simply copy references from other articles. And supervisors normally find a lot of challenge with students. You ask students that I'm interested in this article that you have cited. Can you please bring it for me? And I look at it. The students just disappear. They never return, or they take forever to return, such that you forget, implying they didn't read the article. And I think this is common. It is very unethical that most students or most scholars simply pick reference lists from elsewhere and they simply plug. So they have not read, they have not seen. But we are living in a very, very interesting era where information access has been greatly improved. That if you have a reference, gone are the days when you had to go to the library, then the library index looks for this reference, then they look for it. Sometimes they even had to order for it and purchase it for you. Now it is very easy to find so many articles. And some students will tell you that I didn't find this literature, and you say, on what aspect? And you simply do a search. And when you do a search, you find 400 papers, and you show the students the links, and they are wondering, where did you get this information? So we need to look for these papers and, if possible, even archive them, because the journal where you're sending your manuscript can ask for that paper. The editors can say, or the editors can
Or
even
the
send you
reviewer.
papers. The reviewer can send you
Might be
papers.
the author of
Yes.
the paper you are citing.
Yes, and then you're citing it out of context. Or the reviewer might be an author of ideas that you're writing, and you are not citing them. Then they take it personal and get very annoyed with you. And they will even tell you that, there's been a lot of publications in this area, and the write-up has not looked at these ideas. And so they share with you these ideas. Now, in the text, the citation listing should follow author alphabetically and then year of publication
Depending on the guidelines
of the journal. We need to know that etal stands for co-authors if more than 2 authors. So if you have only 2 authors, you can't say etal. But also journals give guidelines on this. There are some journals that tell you
the 2 authors.
After 2 authors, you say, but there are some journals, especially the medical journals, BMJ, the British Medical Journal, requires that you cite the first 5 authors. There are papers that have 10 authors, so you cite the first 5. Then you put a tal up to 5, something, yeah. Now, in some cases, citations are assigned numerals, and these are presented as such. So the numbers must be presented with their full names and the details in the reference list. I think this is the Oxford style. But also, if you look at international documents, World Bank, UN, this is what they do, that they will put a footnote, and then on the same page, the footnote comes with that reference. Yeah, just as you see in the example. Now, the best referencing system is the name year system, the Harvard style, for sciences. And you can see, yeah, and these are examples which I don't think we need to go into. That's because you definitely know that these are the different referencing styles that are possible. There is the alphabet number system, the Vancouver style, and mostly used in biomedical journals, but also common in science. There is the citation order system, which I said is the Oxford style, and this one is common in humanities. And even within the Oxford style, there are different versions of it. So this is why you need to follow guidelines. These citation styles vary. Some have very minute details that can even be annoying. You have to italicize here. You have to put bold on the, there is a volume of the journal, then there is an issue of the journal. And so the rule here is that follow guidelines and ensure that you are consistent. But even within following guidelines, there are some major components that we are not looking only at journals, but we are looking at newspapers, we are looking at magazines, so every publication type has its own different way of presenting it. So common for journals is that we have the author, we have the date of work cited, we have the name of the journal, we have the issue, and we have the page range. That's
the DOI.
Yes, and now the DOI, the digital objective identifier. Then for books, you can see that you have the author, you have the date, you have the title of the book, you have the publisher, city of the publication, the country. You don't simply say London, because we have villages in Uganda called London. So which London are you talking about? Then the last page of the book. So you see 520 P or PP and so on and so on. Theses or reports, you have name, year, title, publisher, department, university, country. Sometimes you find anonymous literature, especially government reports or international agricultural research centers and other development agencies. You'll find the annual report for a forum and there is no name. So this is when you see anonymous, then you say anonymous Forum annual report 2018. I remember when I was in Forum, I had started the practice of saying, but why should we be anonymous? We should put names to our reports. Who wrote them? Yeah. A chapter in a book also has its own way of being cited. We now have to put the publisher, page range, the title of the chapter, and so on and so forth. Internet sources also have, online journals also have, daily press, unassigned articles, and so on and so forth. Now, there is something called bibliography, but this is an old version of literature. It's no longer, yes. Bibliography is a listing of materials that have been read or not read, but relevant to the document. But within journals, this is not expected. It's watertight. Whatever you have read and listed in the reference listing must also be part of the citation. Reference lists are preferred to bibliography in most cases. So when you see somebody saying bibliography, it is the lazy way of presenting literature listing, because you just put everything, whether you read it or not, you're saying you know. If you need more information of things I've not read, these are also important sources. So bibliography is sometimes presented only in proposals, donor funding, but not in journals. And I think this should be the end of literature. On day one, I think somebody requested that we give a go at reference listing and a demonstration on EndNote or Zotero or Mendeley. And our response to that question was that, but there are user guides that are available online. So we would like to refer the participants on this platform to those user guides and take interest in making your life easy. And maybe we would like to hear one or two students or participants that have actually used these tools. And you will see that life is actually made easy.
Yeah. And then if I can add a few things, editors are pleased when you collect citations from in the text with the reference listing. They should be balanced. Most people submit papers with lots of reference lists that are not utilized in the text, and that's not good. Then okay, bibliography is talked about. Do not focus. Yes, when you are drafting your paper, don't go to citations, and you can include citations, but don't select a citation style and try to stick to it when you are writing, because it will be destructive. It will distract you from the idea that has come and needs to be put down on paper. By the time you finish et al. And so on and so forth, the idea is already gone. So do the citation things later, after selecting the journal and after drafting your first draft. Then DOI is increasingly used after the page numbering in the journal paper, the DOI comes. Sometimes DOI replaces even page numbering because it is like the article's identifier. It goes straight to the article. So don't put a DOI unless you have tested it to see whether it actually goes to that article. Citing obvious things sometimes attracts a penalty. Nitrogen fixation by legumes. This is really textbook information, and then you cite. It's a little bit annoying to some readers. Yeah. I think those are the ones. Please make sure that you don't cite anything you have not read. And when you read it cited in another paper, it is not sufficient for you to cite it unless you go to that original citation and make sure that's how it is, because people in the process of paraphrasing, they are going to change the whole context to suit what they are writing about. So don't read cited literature in another book, paper, and you use it in yours. Please go as far as where that citation is originally. Read it and make sense out of it. So the one you read, you identify that citation from will just guide you to getting the actual citation, actual article, so that you read it. Yeah. Okay. Do you have something? No.
With your permission, can we continue? Or do you have any submission? Can we take one or two hands?
Yes, please. I can see here there are 4 hands.
4 hands. Okay.
Yes, so far.
Preferably somebody who has not said something before. Yeah.
Yes, please. Clement, are you with us? Clement, can you hear us? Lillian.
Oh, shit. Yes, Prof. Hello, I'm Clement. I'm with you. I was having difficulty unmuting. Can you hear me?
Yes, you go ahead, Clement.
Yes. Thank you very so much for this insightful, interactive sections from day 1 to day 5. I have been listening and following, very keen to the lectures, and I think that I have learned so much for these 5 days and wish it was not ending so soon. It's going to help me a lot to, improve on my scientific writing. I am just starting my PhD program in epidemiology and at the point of submitting my research topics and a supervisor. And I think that what I have learned, I would just say that this is a timely intervention that has helped me a lot. It's going to help me refine my proposal and make sure that I submit the best I can. Thank you very so much once again, and to everyone who have shared their experience on this platform that has helped and enriched the discussion. Thank you very so much. Over.
Thank you. We are happy to hear that. Yes, next, one more and we continue.
Hi, Prof.
Yes, please.
Fine, how are you?
I thank you for the elaborate presentations you're making to us, because I've honestly attended a number of manuscript writing, and this has been the most in-depth I've ever received. So thank you very much for the insights you're giving us. But in line with the references that you've mentioned, you said we shouldn't pay attention to them so much until we are done with our first draft. But when you're using when you're writing like the introduction and the explanations and discussions, we usually cite, and you use if you use the reference softwares, they will cite automatically, like generate the references automatically. So is it something to keep correcting with time, or you pay attention to it later as the last thing? Because like you've highlighted also, sometimes different journals require different methods of citations. Kindly clarify on that. Thank you.
Okay, you can cite as you write the first draft if you have information about relevant articles or sources. But you should not oblige yourself to cite, to look for an article in order to continue writing. That's going to interfere with your idea, which you are putting on paper. Okay? But if you already have it in mind as a citation, you know it, put it in bracket somewhere, no problem. At the same time, if you have an idea you've put on paper and it demands that you put a citation, put a bracket and continue writing. Don't go to look for the citation. You are going to get lost. The idea that you were focusing on, it will disappear. So just put a bracket, and when you go to look for information, that information may not be there. So you have to restructure your statement such that it doesn't require citation. Or the context of the information in literature might be the opposite of what you are trying to cite. So you really have to change again to articulate what literature is saying without damaging the idea you are projecting in your write-up. So I'm not saying you don't cite, you can cite, but the problem is it can interfere with your concentration, your focus. Because when you begin citing and looking for citations, you will never end where where the end point of your idea will get lost. And by the time you come back, it becomes difficult to refocus back on the objective and get the deliverables that you had expected earlier. I don't know, I've said a lot of things, but all I said is if you can, cite as you write a draft. If you can't, put open brackets and verify, validate that information later on. And if you really want now to stick to a given citation style of a journal, you have to adjust your citations because you cite based on what the citation style you are used to when you are drafting in order to stay on course on your objective. You use your citation style that you normally use, and then later on when you identify a journal, customize the citation style to the journal's citation style. Okay?
Yeah. And can we continue? Because our time is running fast. And remember, we have this list.
Yes, we can continue, Prof.
Yeah, let's continue. We have this list. So we need to move to titles, and yeah, there are short presentations left, so don't worry, we shall soon be done. Yeah. Okay. So there we go.
Okay, constructing titles. A title is a name given to a document. And the title next to is actually the shortest summary, shorter than an abstract. Shortest name given to a document, the contents in a document. To the extent that if I read the title, I should be able to predict the contents. But if the two don't match, then there is a problem. Therefore, it is best to write the title after knowing the boundaries and the contents of a text in a document. Okay? And the title is not a sentence to end with a full stop. No, it is a phrase that very quickly summarizes the contents. Yeah. A title, of course, if well written, of course, some people make the titles fancy for marketing purposes, like in newspapers. Those short headlines are normally very exciting, and then when you read the whole text, it's not the truth. An epidemic is finishing people, and then when you read, it's not really finishing them.
Or you see the people on the street.
It's a potential threat, but it is not finishing people. Okay? So when a title is for marketing, it can misinform. But with the scientific papers, we need to tell the truth, but in the shortest time, so that somebody looks at it, maybe down in the aisle or at an airport, and that title should attract them. And when they read, they now go to the abstract to see the short form of the article, and then decide whether to continue or not. And therefore, a title is read by many people more than the other parts of the article. The title is used to decide whether to read this paper or not. Okay? And many times the contents are more than what is in the title. And sometimes the title is broader than the contents. So you expect so much and so many other things, and they are not there. So by practicing over and over, you get to know what is essential in a title. A title, one of the aspects of what should be in a title is the number of times a technical word is appearing in a document. If gender is appearing a lot, then sex, if you put sex in a title and then gender is the one appearing, best if you remove sex and put gender, because eventually the data will be about gender, the what, so put gender. Okay? A title is probably the most important aspect of the paper, especially if you are looking at how many people will be attracted to whatever. And in addition to the title, we normally put keywords. Keywords are any other words, any other technical words that if used in a search, we should be able to get that article or that abstract. I'm saying that abstract because many papers only allow the abstract to be read, and beyond that, it is restricted. So the keyword should be in support of the title. You can get this paper by putting in the title, but you can also get it by putting in some other words which did not fit in the title. Those are the keywords. So the keywords are part of the abstract, but not part of the title, because the title is already digitized for people to be able to access this article. But in addition to that title, there are other keywords, usually scientific names of plants. We put them in the keywords. We don't put them in the title. Why? Because they complicate reading. And if you remember, we said you should start from where the knowledge of the reader stops. Now, if you start by giving them complicated words, you are failing to connect with their knowledge. So remove the scientific names, put them in the keywords, and then keep the title as it is. Okay. Oh. Yes. There are features that we normally don't include in the title. Brackets. Brackets will make the title even longer. Commas. And. You put and. That and will separate two issues, which might require two objectives. And we said one message at a time in each article. So and adds another message, and adds another message. And behind each message, as you realize, there will be different methodologies or procedures and different results and different tables, figures, and so on and so forth. So you are going to begin getting a very lengthy article with some of these things unrelated. You are putting them together in one article, but they are really not related. Each one is being published alone, but combined into one thing that is being published as if it is there is reason to publish them together. So avoid brackets. Abbreviations are good, but some of them make reading complicated. If an abstract, for example, or if a title has like 3 abbreviations, you use an abbreviation after you have given its meaning. But in a title, you are not going to give its meaning. So at title level, you produce the full name of what you are talking about. Full stop is a reserve for sentences. And as I said, this is a phrase, it's not a sentence. You put an equation in a title, I don't know whether you've come across that. It would have been
chemistry journals.
It would have been the best for mathematicians, but even them, they are writing to communicate to others who don't use formulas. So they have to use the simplest words possible. Okay. Yeah. Make the title easy to understand for your target audience. I'm not saying easy to understand by everybody, but for your target audience. Okay. Yes. Phrases like a study of what? Biotechnology. Like in herbicide resistance, biotechnology refers to these what are they? Genetic engineered things. What are they called? Oh.
GMOs.
GMOs. A study of. That is redundant. Start from where of stops, and then the rest can be the title. An investigation of. There's no study that doesn't involve investigation. So go straight to the subject. Delete an investigation of where you end. That's where the title begins. Okay. Observations of. Do you ever study without observing? I mean. Okay. Now, make the most important aspects or words stand out. they probably should come first. For example, the effect of fertilizer on maize yield. Maize yield, effect of fertilizer on maize yield. And then the other one is maize response to fertilizer. You see, the statement, the title will definitely decide which journal this work should go. Maize response to fertilizer can go to any other agronomy journal, but the effect of fertilizer on maize yield, that's more of a soil science journal. You begin to tell the direction, the work that is contained in this article by just reading the title. But the title is a reorganization of words. Okay. And the way the title goes is the way the abstract should begin and the introduction should begin. If it's effect of fertilizer on maize, then you can't start with maize is very important and then go to fertilizer later on. That's incorrect. And that's what normally happens. It means you are going to talk about fertilizer. The soils of Sub-Saharan Africa have been over-cultivated and so on, and this is causing that and that, and this is manifested mainly in crops like maize. So you can see maize is coming after the fertilizer because the title is fronting fertilizer and not maize. But response of maize to fertilizer, now the opening, the whatever has to be on maize. And in many cases, if we use maize as a test crop, that means that this study could have used another crop. So maize cannot get into the title, neither is it a must that we talk about it in the introduction. But in materials and methods, we say the test crop was this. But many times you find somebody is talking about maize, the yields, the what, and you begin wondering, what the hell is happening here? Okay. Yes, the journal, please make sure you use the journal guidelines very much. And many people submit papers without even looking at the journal guidelines. Each journal has guidelines or instructions to authors. Please. And many times, if you write for a journal and follow that from the beginning, you have the burden of disappointment when that journal rejects your paper. It will be like the end of the world. Okay? But if you customize your draft towards this journal, when that journal refuses, you come back to your draft, look for another journal, and customize to that journal until you get a journal that accepts your work. Okay? So that's why we say, look for the journal last, because the message is the same. It will be accepted by different journals. And if they accept, then you adjust to what they recommend. Those differences, journal differences are peculiar. They are peculiarly chosen. Journals don't want to look alike. Okay? Like in medicine, I've seen the abstract has subtitles. Introduction, a sentence. Materials and methods, and it's another sentence or two. And so results, while other areas of science, you have
The paragraph.
paragraphs within, and actually one paragraph. Everything is within one paragraph. And you can't force the editors to change because that's the way you want it. And we have worked with authors. You tell them, do it this way, they still bring back after they have adjusted their style. That means they have not read the guidelines. And if I have very many papers, of course, I will reject your paper. Because I mean, I'm not going to spend time on, and some of these reviews and editing takes a lot of money and time, and I'm spending on you. Okay. Yes. Here are some titles, but these are really, I think what immediately comes is these are not titles for articles. Educating the girl child. I think that can go for a book. Can go for a book or a policy brief. Eh? More people, less erosion. Well, it sounds attractive because the opposite would be the case. But you see, right from the search words, if you are searching for an article, you use certain specific words, and the articles have longer titles than programs and projects.
Because articles are more specific.
Because articles, the more specific a subject is, if you want to be specific, you use more words. But if you want to be general, you shorten. Education for the girl child, it might be a program, national program. But when you add another set of words, it becomes a project. And inside that, if an aspect is taken, which girl child, under 5 child, you see, we have added more words. Education
So
for
that aspect becomes a study.
It becomes a study.
And it is the study that we are reporting.
Exactly. Okay. Now, bullet 5, enhancement of resistance against northern leaf blight disease in maize in Uganda. That's specific. It is specific. It can be an article, a title, but those things in red can be taken for keywords instead of being in the title. And many people want to have them there, maybe to confuse the readers. Okay? Enhancement of resistance against northern leaf. These are plant diseases, fungal diseases. That title, you can start with that and then keep changing. Maybe you want to, the enhancement has a form. There are many forms of enhancement so that you use specifically. Genetic enhancement, I don't know. So enhancement is unpacked.
Agronomic enhancement.
Or maybe agronomic enhancement, maybe, I don't know. Entomological or something enhancement. Okay, it's a bit of, it's a repetition.
No, you're going backwards.
Yeah. Okay. There. A study. Can we get this? A study on enhancement. For the same title we had earlier. We have a study on enhancement of resistance against northern. Yes, that one. Somebody can write that. It's okay at the beginning when you are drafting. Don't fear about detailed things because you can't get the edited thing right away. Put it there, then come back and see what you can remove to make it shorter, but without changing the sense in it. And that full stop is not allowed. But if it is allowed in a journal, if the journal asks for it, give it to them, because you are not going to dictate what they want. Okay? Another form of title, increasing nitrogen utilization efficiency in drought-tolerant maize hybrids. But that could have come from increasing nitrogen in bracket N. Ideally, people you are writing for should know that nitrogen has a symbol of N. You don't have to put it there. It's like writing 350, then you put in bracket, or the words in 350, then in bracket 350 in figures. That might be okay for accountants, but not scientific writing. Choose one form of writing. Don't try to make the reading too busy. So, increasing nitrogen utilization efficiency. Why can't we say use efficiency? Efficiency in drought-tolerant maize, Z mice, hybrid lines, long 4, Kawanda composite. So you can see, while the last bullet is okay for drafting, ideally after editing, it should look like bullet number 2. And bullet number 2, as I said, utilization can become use efficiency. Yeah. And from that title, I would know nitrogen is a problem, or nitrogen can be used to improve the productivity of these hybrid lines. And then I can easily imagine what the problem is and what the methodology should be, and so on and so forth.
That's the end.
That is the end. Really, what most of these things we are discussing are routine things. You already have an idea about them. So that's where I've ended with that. Can we have 1 or 2 questions?
Time. In the interest of time, I propose we just shoot.
Okay.
And then can we request that you keep your questions, take note of them, so in the interest of time, we just shoot and move on. We are following our list of items and would like to talk about role of authors, editors, reviewers.
But some of these we will give handouts.
We will give handouts on this. But these are some of the things that you asked. Who is an author in a journal article? The one who writes the article, one who does the research, one who does research and writes the article, the PI of a project leading to an article, or one
director,
or one selected by the PI or the director. It can be all of these, because there is what we call guest editor, somebody that did not participate in writing the article, but is probably the director of the institution or the vice chancellor, and knows about the research and what has been happening. And so you can gift them to be authors. But I think we also said that for you to be an author, there is a principle. The author should be able to respond or to explain at least 3/4 of the article. And if we are dealing with the students that we supervise, then the students normally are given first priority to be the senior authors. I just shared an article with you about authorship conflicts, and these are real. Students sometimes are relegated at the end of the paper, especially when the supervisor sees that the paper is making progress and the journal is accepting. At the time of submitting, the student is author number 1. At the time of accepting, the student is author number 3. So these are realities. Some institutions have guidelines and regulations, and because professors normally relegate students to be at the end, in my university, for example, even if you are author number 1 and you're the professor or you're the senior lecturer, and that this work is stemming from a student's work, that paper will not be considered for the points that are given to a number 1 publisher. So you waste time making yourself the first author because it will not be considered for your promotion. It will have less weight.
And in some universities, the last one is normally the professor.
Yes.
In some systems.
Yeah. So it's about mentorship. And so who should be the principal author? This brings a lot of conflicts. Who is author number 1? Who is it the supervisor? Is it the student? There has to be agreement by the research team. So generation of manuscripts is not something that you hide under your table and what, but the entire research team needs to be involved. And by the time the author listing is done, everyone knows that, yes, it is so and so that is led this work. And sometimes the students have theses, but they fail to generate manuscripts from those theses. So this is where supervisors also get challenged, and when they pick the thesis and they write the manuscript, they even will call the student, and the student is nowhere. They have already moved on. They are in a very busy job now, and they are not thinking about writing manuscripts. So then the PI or the supervisor writes the manuscript. So they are more given to having themselves become the principal authors rather than the student. But really, to colleagues that are here and as supervisors or to your universities, the main thing is about mentorship. And there is nothing wrong in having the student as the principal author because that promotes the student. The students get mentored. They get encouraged to write more papers than when we take ourselves to be the principal authors.
Yeah, but also some articles, some journals will ask you to apportion the contribution per co-author.
Yes.
So you can imagine if you put 20 co-authors on one paper, what contribution are you going to apportion to everybody?
Yeah.
The trick also is that if you have one thesis and you generate 3 papers, you will see relevancy of different groups towards different papers, so that you don't have to put all authors, all whoever contributed on each and every paper. But it depends on the magnitude of the contribution in a given area. So if somebody is statistics, you will go in the paper that has a lot of statistics, and so on and so forth.
Yes. Now, in the process of publication, it is very difficult not to talk about an editor. And I think we have talked about this again and again, but I'm sure we know that the editor is the gatekeeper of the journal,
The
coordinator of that whole process. So you submit to the editor, and normally there is an editor-in-chief, and then there is what they call section editors. So if you submit a paper on pathology, there is a section editor for pathology. If you submit a paper on entomology, if you submit a paper on social sciences, there is a section editor, depending on how the journal arranges its work. And so the editor-in-chief coordinates the section editors, and the section editors coordinate the author with the reviewer, and that works. But before the paper is sent, there is something called pre-screening. Not all papers that are sent to journals will actually be sent for reviews. Some have mistakes,
Basic problems.
and basic problems. And these also include adhering to journal guidelines. The journals will tell you that you put the tables as at the end. Now you have put the tables and graphs and what within the text.
For the journal,
They will throw away your
one season data.
data. Yeah, they will throw away your paper because it's one season data and so on. So you have to ensure that your paper survives this pre-screening such that it goes for review and you get comments. Because if it goes for review and then it is dropped, at least you have comments to improve. But you can imagine if the editor simply sends your paper back and he says, you know, you have not made it from the pre-screening. And sometimes pre-screening is done by PhD students in the department or secretaries to journals who understand the journal process, and they have been mentored and oriented on what to do. Because the journal guidelines are saying there must be 250 words for the abstract. Then you have two pages for the abstract or one page. Definitely, even before they look at the content, they will return your paper. So this is the work of editors. Now, journals are concerned with so many things, but these are some of the things that lead to outward rejection. We've talked about the issue of seasons. There is an issue of flawed designs. I think yesterday we were trying to talk about randomized complete control, Latin square design, surface response designs. So there are situations where people are using Latin square designs, yet they should have used randomized complete block designs, or they should have used controlled CRD. I mean, if there are no variations within, if you are in a lab, then why would you randomize in blocks? Because there is uniformity of conditions. The environment is uniform. So there is a lot of flawed designs that people use, even in the social sciences. You know, when you're studying the community, you superimpose a design onto what you're studying. And sometimes there is no design at all. There is just movement, but no design. So that leads to rejection. And these are basic concerns in the journal. Inadequate samples, lack of adequate statistical analysis, crammed up tables, and too much data, crowded, too much data that is being presented. Now, the peer review process is very interesting. And I'm sure we all know that the concern with peer review primarily is value addition to the pool of knowledge in terms of the subject matter and quantity. And peer review comments are very, very important because they guide the editors to make a decision. Now, the editors are like a court of science. There are times when peer reviewers do not look at the paper favorably.
Most of the time.
Yeah, but the editors look at the comments and try to moderate the exercise. So we've had papers that have actually been rejected by the peer reviewers, but the editorial board considers otherwise. Yeah, and they don't see merit in the editorial, in the review comments. And in that case, they will moderate the process and revise. And they're always open. They will tell you that the reviewers are saying this. Our considered view is this. Please revise and give a point-by-point response to the comments. And once you revise and give a point-by-point response to the comments, the paper gets accepted and published. Now, these review comments are very important. Increasingly these days, the review comments are also part of the supplementary materials.
So when you submit all of them.
Yes. So when you submit to the journal publication, the journal is published, but these comments are also attached. Because sometimes people say this journal doesn't give reviews, and a journal that does not give review comments is one of the key points that categorizes it into predatory journals. Yeah, now for journals to show that they are actually following the scientific rubric, then on their website, they attach comments for the papers and how the authors responded to those papers. Yeah. Now, I think we really need the focus on review is about novelty of the study, adequacy of problem contextualization, clarity on the objective, so you can see from where we came. And if you use the steps that we did, your paper will be very logical and all these things will be very clear. There is something about appropriateness and rigor of the methodology. And yesterday we talked about the study design, the sample size, the relevance of parameters measured, procedures made for measurement, statistical methods used. So the review will be looking out for all these. And remember, from your thesis, there may be parameters that are redundant, and so they are not relevant. So those parameters should not make it to the paper. Just pick out those that are relevant and those that are telling a story, and that story should be a consistent story. That story should be presenting news. And you must watch out on data presentation and interpretation. So we are going back again. We are talking about logic of your tables. We are talking about data transformations, correlations. Why did you transform data? The response to trends and partners. Is there a certain trend, a certain pattern that was happening, but you've ignored and you've not looked at it? And these are the comments they will be supplying to you. And if you're able to respond to those comments, then you will improve your paper to the liking of the editor. And then your paper will get accepted. And we're moving pretty fast. Normally, 2 to 3 reviewers are accepted per article. The position of the reviewer in the technical chain is that they are technical advisors. As we said, they are not making the final decision. The editors make the final decision, and they will communicate to you. It's either reject or modify, slight modifications, or accept. It is very rare to have a paper that is accepted immediately. Now, this is a cartoon that we always love to present. And the question is, who carries the burden? It is the author that has the biggest burden because the author presents the article, the manuscript. Without the manuscript, the editor has nothing to do. Without the manuscript, the reviewer has nothing to do. But as you've seen, the editor is only a connecting piece. Of course, because the editor is connecting with so many papers, it ends up being lots of work. But ideally, it is the reviewer and the author that have, for any paper, if you take the totality of the journal, of course, this would change, that the editor has a lot of work. But for any paper, this is what happens. Now, the author, which is you, remember, we talked about findings, and this is starting with findings. You need to a synthesis of your research findings, and this is very, very important. We don't want to miss or to overemphasize, but I think we really dwelt on this. You have to develop logical arguments that support your findings. And you have to organize your presentation that it is consistent, no contradictions. you have to be concise. You have to, you don't submit your paper on agronomy to a veterinary journal. Of course, it will be rejected. So you have to choose the suitable journal for your work. And it is that suitable journal for your work. And you have to follow guidelines. And we have sometimes seen situations where co-authors are conflicting, and the other one writes you this, the other one writes this. And so that is a recipe for rejection as well. So before you submit the paper, make sure that the co-authors have actually read. That's why we were saying that in some papers, they ask for the contribution. So you have to state the contribution, and it is written on the paper. It's part of the other sections in the paper. So author this writing, author this data collection, author this writing and data collection. The other one, and so proofreading. And so although proofreading in most cases does not merit that you are actually an author. No, it shouldn't. Now, these are format issues, and it is very rare that a paper will be rejected because it has failed to meet the format. Because these format issues are done in the journal secretariat. There is normally a skeleton staff, secretaries that are doing the formatting, and the editors are again cross-checking to make sure that all these things are done. And the editor is working in communication back and forth with the corresponding author to ensure that you have the appropriate table, you have the appropriate length of the paper, you have the references, and that the style is adequate and that the message is not being distorted. And this, in a way, concludes the review process, and recommendation is made whether to modify, to accept, or to reject the paper. Okay. Within your papers, there is something called a statement of conflict of interest or bias. Now, this is sometimes taken lightly, but of course, no journal will reject your paper at this stage if you have a good. So they will guide you now to do it. But these are some of the things that you need to look at. Transparency, credibility, and alignment with ethical publication standards. Some of the things to consider is financial interests, non-financial interests, and these are the things that you'll declare within your paper. And we're going to give you these materials so you will read for yourself. The other key considerations are author-specific disclosure, and we've been talking about the time frame. In some studies, when you're writing the methodology, it's a requirement that you say this study was conducted in this period and this period. But in some methodology, the style is such that we may not really trace the time when the study was done. Now, again, the conflict and declaration of interest is the time for you to tell that this study was done during a period when it was difficult to find people using the snowball method. Maybe that was COVID, the country was under lockdown, so it was difficult to find people and so on. The other section in your paper that you don't take lightly is the acknowledgements. We said the other day that we are not acknowledging one person. And since we are not acknowledging one person, they are called acknowledgements. So it's normally written in plural. And it's about a reflection of scholarly integrity, transparency, and professional courtesy. That you worked with a team, they help you to collect data. And so it's only good that you acknowledge them and you say, we acknowledge the team that did this. They are not making it to the author list. So sometimes you find some professors, they're in the acknowledgement, then again, they're in the author list. No, whoever is in the acknowledgement, is recognizing non-author contributions that supported the research or manuscript preparation. And it demonstrates ethical transparency, especially regarding funding, technical assistance, or intellectual input. And the other purpose is that it strengthens academic credibility by showing collaboration and resourcefulness. We have more about who to acknowledge, and I said we're going to share these slides, so you will see about who to acknowledge. But the advice is that follow the journal guidelines, and sometimes journals ask you to separate funding and conflict of interest issues. Now, lastly, and I think in your list, we have one section, and that section is the abstract and the keywords. Now, of course, as you know, we have explained and we have said that this is a very, very important section. It is the shortest form of a document after the title. So it is the shortest form of the document after the title, and it says it all. And it normally follows immediately after the title. Now, when we say it normally follows immediately after the title, you know conventionally that there is a title and there is a authors. Now, normally the journals consider the title and the list of authors as one piece, because you cannot just have a title alone. That's why in the references, you have the list of authors accompanied with the title. So when you have a journal paper, the title is actually one piece together with the list of authors. But this abstract is a summary and carries more details and sometimes carries more data information. So you can have, there are no illustrations, no figures, no tables, but the data in the illustrations in the paper are reflected. So the highest mean, the lowest mean, the regression, the chi-square value, you will find them into the summary. Now, the abstract should be definitive and it should say it rather than descriptive. You know, many papers I have seen, they say this paper gives aspects of or a.
We want what those aspects
We want what those aspects are. So you don't say in this paper, we describe aspects of. No, you say the aspects described in this paper include A, B, C. Then now, say a brief statement about A, a brief statement about B, a brief statement about C. Yeah? So, and it should present the facts rather than saying this paper presents. It is very common in the abstract where people say this paper presents 10 attributes of. No, you say the 10 attributes presented in this paper include, list them. Yeah.
And the abstract is focusing more on what was significant. Don't bring non-significant things again in the abstract.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So in that light, you are free to say that this paper highlights 10 attributes. Out of these attributes, 3 of them were observed to be outstanding or important. Yeah. And then now, forget about the 7, talk about the 3. Exactly. So you have excited the reader
and end with 1.
To go and look at the other 7, which you have not given in the what? In the abstract.
End in 1, which will make it in the conclusion and recommendation.
Yeah. So most journals give word limit for abstracts, and the standard is 250 word limit. Except these days, this is not so common. You know, as long as you give a 1 paragraph block, and not a page, but 3/4 page. And for you, as you write your paper, it may be 3/4 page, but when the journal formats and packages it, it becomes a 1/4 page or something. Yeah.
But also, when you are writing, don't aim at 250. Write everything. and then edit to 250. Put down everything, then edit to 250.
Now we are racing with time. Our time is fast spent. Can we borrow an additional 10 minutes and then we should be done? I think we have said this once, but we need to say it again. The title, the author address, the abstract, and the keywords are normally presented as one piece in bibliographical indexes. Scopus, what, Kabi, abstracts, and what. So that means this abstract must be complete and it must be independent of the full paper. In other words, it must say it all. That's why we don't have reference in the abstract to tables, to what. No, it is just saying it all. And once I read the abstract, I can look for the full paper later. But the abstract should be complete. Now, a good abstract will have this. It has a background statement, and this is very, very important. I read so many journals which simply rush to the study findings were this and this. No, we need to introduce, and you must have a background statement that originates the study.
Yeah.
And after the background statement, state the objective of that paper, not of your thesis, but that paper. Remember, we constructed an objective for that paper, the objective that responds to the data that we presented. And then give briefs of the key methodology. Because remember, this is a summary. So it must touch everything of what the paper contains. So then you summarize the key findings, you move to the conclusion, and where need be, the recommendation. Remember, we said, first of all, we said the conclusion is one. And I think this is the traditional mistake that we always say conclusions. But a conclusion is one, you can have many recommendations.
Yeah, that's true.
And in many studies, especially the socioeconomic studies, we often find policy recommendations. Our guidance has been clear. These policy recommendations should not just land from nowhere. We should not say now, therefore, government should give more money, government should have more extension staff. Now, extension staff were not anywhere in the objectives, or government was not anywhere investigated. So now, your recommendation and conclusion and findings should tie up. They should be speaking to each other. So you cannot have government if government was not a respondent to your work. Now, a good abstract should not contain references or tables or figures. It should not contain the acronyms unless they are standard and are known. It should not have literature citations, any information on conclusion, not in the findings. And sorry about this, it says not in the proposal itself, but not in the findings. Sweeping statements that are general statements or findings should be given as hard facts. So we should not have sweeping statements that people in Kampala are dying. But when I go to the street of Kampala, I find people. So what do you mean? You tell us that because of the elections and primaries in the national government, some people have lost lives. Then we shall know that it is some, not people dying. Yeah.
When you say some, give
the figure.
Estimated value.
Yeah, give the estimated value. Now, lastly, as a package of the abstract, we also have keywords. Now, these are important. Many times they are actually coined by they are coined by the authors, but authors normally gamble on this. So I have been in the journal business for a long time, and normally we coin keywords for the paper. The paper is reading good, the abstract is okay, but the keywords have a problem. So we normally coin them and consult with the authors. But some things to know about keywords is that they should not be the same words as those in the title. In fact, per definition, these are words that are important for the study, but did not make it to the title. So we shouldn't duplicate. Yeah, yeah, we should.
They are purposely for searching.
Yeah, they are purposely
for this paper,
for discoverability of the paper in databases.
or abstract, because
Yes.
abstracts are posted alone.
Yeah. So these are words or specific terms or phrases that capture the core themes, methods, or concepts of your manuscript that did not make it to the title. So we shouldn't expect a duplication. We should avoid repeating words already in the title, because the title will always move with the abstract or will always move with the manuscript, and we can use the title to find the paper.
Yes, that the title or the keyword.
Or the keywords. So now when you put keywords that you are picking from the title, then you're doing a disservice to yourself. Yeah. So, and some of the other things that we need to avoid as we are to use as we are crafting keywords is that we should reflect on the core content of the manuscript. We should use specific phrases.
But also follow the guidelines.
And follow guidelines of the journal. Don't be a selfish writer. Think like the reader. Because if you don't think like the reader, then you will be a selfish writer. Follow the journal guidelines. They will give you the number of keywords that they expect. And normally when we have a phrase of words, then we consider that as one keyword. Competence-based curriculum implementation, that's one. Yeah. But of course, when you have that phrase of words, you have consumed a lot of space already. So we would expect, instead of you saying curriculum, we expect this longer one. Yeah. And I think this is the end, really. We apologize for taking so much time, but we knew that we are concluding today. So we really wanted to go the long mile and have this list done. So any questions? I see there are 2 hands up. We'll probably take those 2 hands. Yeah. Since day 1, we have moved up to the end. Yeah. And so we can now put our manuscript together and follow the structure of manuscript presentation. With this, we would like to thank you, and over to the audience for any questions. And then over to the forum.
Thank you so much. Muhumuza, I've allowed you to talk. Yes, Muhumuza. Okay. Eunice, are you there, Eunice? I can see your hand is up. Are you there?
Hello.
Yes, please. Go ahead.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. We can hear you.
Yeah, this is Eunice Stoker Namuyenga from Maseno University in Kenya. I have at least 2 concerns about the title and something about the abstract when it comes to conclusions and recommendations. So to start with, we've been advised about the title and the need to avoid including the action words, a study of, investigation. From where I sit, I find my titles reading much more active, in active voice rather than passive voice, especially, we are focusing on journal articles, but then I want a clarification on when is it appropriate, or is it actually a point to avoid everywhere? When is it appropriate to use these action words? Is it okay and recommended that we can use the action words in a proposal so that we avoid them when we are doing our reporting of results in the articles for different journals? Maybe just a clarification on the use of action words. I just want to know whether we should avoid them or we can use them in certain instances. That is one. Then two, about the title still.
Okay, just a minute. Let's talk about that one first.
Okay.
Active voice, passive voice. One is longer than the other. The passive has a lot of what would you call it? Okay. The active is straight. Paul, the vehicle, Paul brought back the vehicle. That is active. Passive, the vehicle was brought back by Paul. The two mean the same, but one is longer than the other. And
I think my
because we are
concern here would be to speak on to the methodology of the study that you are proposing to do or the study that you have done. For example, an assessment of, then you continue. It shows that because then you're going to talk about the study, probably the study subject. And another thing again that has come out clearly was our cautiousness of including the study site. You know, there's a lot that comes around on the title. So the issue is the assessment of, determination of, right? Then it gives the action that you're going to take as a researcher or the action that you took. I don't know if I make sense.
determination of, assessment of, you're actually introducing the process of
Yes,
how
yeah.
the study will be done.
Yes. Yes.
But that's not the point. The process will be decided later on at materials and methods. So you really don't have to include it in the title. Yeah. But I was still explaining the difference between passive and active. We would prefer that we use active voice in scientific writing for shortness, because you remember I said short sentence, short words, simple. So active would have been good. And these days people use active. Our study showed before it wasn't the case. But you don't want to be so possessive all the time. We did this, our study did. I mean, it's impolite in scientific writing. Rather, you can make it neutral of the researcher and present it as neutral, and the neutral form is more preferred. Okay?
Yeah, that is okay.
I think we could talk more about titles. There is the two-part title, Beans for Africa colon, then you go to the subject and so forth. And all this needs a lot of time. And
Maybe just
we are
one
going.
direction.
Pardon?
Sorry. Maybe just one clear thing. Is it advisable that the action words could be used maybe in a proposal and not in the journal articles, in the manuscripts?
The title should not really refer to the process unless the process is the subject for investigation. But you should not include the activity.
All right.
I don't want to
should come out
misunderstand what
clearly
you
in the method section.
The activity depends also. As you go towards academic, you are being very specific. But if it is an article on development, yes, activity becomes an issue because it relates to benefits. Somebody will be saying, why are you doing this? I'm doing it because it will benefit so and so. So I think for academic papers, activity should not be fronted in the title, depending on if you are not really focusing your work on activities.
Okay, thank you. So maybe
Yes,
the
next.
next thing would be the use of keywords, and they should not be a duplicate of the words already used in the title. I find a very thin and almost invisible line in between the title and the keywords repetition, because at the end of the day, you're seeing the purpose for the title, purpose for the keywords is for the discoverability. I think that's what I had, just to help in the search. So you'd find in most cases that, and this is common across, you'd find in most cases, as you have alluded to it, that when we do coin up the keywords, they tend to mimic what is in the title. So to me, there is a very thin, invisible line between keywords.
Well, the point is,
Mm.
the point is, if you you see, if you want to identify this article, you can use its title or use keywords. That's what we are saying. So if there is an or, you don't again pick from the title and make them keywords. It means the title alone can get you to this article, but if you don't know the title, then you can use these keywords. That's what we are saying.
And finally,
so I don't know the thin line between.
As in, what I'm saying is, in most cases, as it has been, learning is a continuous process. But in most cases, from my experience, I have seen most keywords used actually reflecting the title, as in a bit of repetition of some of the keywords used in the title.
Yeah, but it's true. Like we said, you put maize in the title because it's more familiar to people, and in the keywords put the maize.
Okay. Think that's clear.
So,
and
yeah,
then
and
finally,
the other option is that, we are learning to unlearn and we are learning to learn.
Yes.
It is possible that many journal articles published have mistakes in them.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Most of them are.
Most of them.
Even now.
And now you can pick a paper and you see that the things we've talked about are not done.
Are in the opposite.
Are in the opposite. But
And
what we are trying to say is a rationale. Do you agree with the idea that if you pick words in the title, then again put them in the keywords, you are duplicating yourself?
Yeah.
That is right.
Yes.
But I agree to what you have just directed. Use maize in the title, use the scientific name in the keywords. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah, the reason as to why we need to have even journal clubs to discuss some of these, critically look at some of these published work, and we discuss them for further learning. And finally, my concern was on we can have many recommendations, but just one conclusion. My past experience has always been that recommendations and conclusions are informed by the objectives that are being addressed. So in my opinion, then that means you can have as many as the conclusions and recommendations as the objectives that are being addressed. Kindly help me clarify on that.
It's true that actually the articulateness of a paper or the writing of a paper is judged from the title ties up with the objective and ties up with the conclusion. If those are consistent, then you begin to agree that this paper is, the study is well described in this paper. But sorry, I've forgotten the question. What was the question?
What I had from you when you're doing the presentation was that there can be only one conclusion and many recommendations. Okay.
For conclusion, okay, let me say this, that we said each paper has one objective because it has one message. Okay?
Yes.
So from one objective, you can get a number of I mean, if you had a number of treatments, definitely you will have at least 3 conclusions, maybe 4, coming out from which we can select the recommendations. But the overarching recommendation answers to the objective, and because there is one objective, there is one overarching conclusion and recommendation.
Okay.
I don't know whether it makes sense.
It does make sense from the point of view that you have one general objective that you are actually writing a manuscript for, and from this general objective, you have a number of findings that you are reporting, which then informs recommendations. I think that one makes sense.
You'll have a number of conclusions,
Yeah.
but from those conclusions, when collapsed, you'll
You
have
tie them
an
in.
overarching conclusion at
Yeah.
the end. And from that overarching conclusion, you can derive an objective, I mean, a recommendation.
Recommendations.
All right.
Mm.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I submit.
Thank you.
Should we be thinking of closing? Do we have more?
Yeah, we can just I
hands?
can
Okay.
see some 2 hands here, and we can just maybe ask one with your permission.
Yeah, please.
Please, Tembo, I've allowed you to talk.
Yeah, you allow all those that have their hands up. It's okay.
All right. Tembo?
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Doc.
Yes, please, go
Prof,
ahead.
good afternoon. Yeah, this is same size from Zambia, at Zambia Open University. Yeah, I've followed this presentation from day one, though some were being followed after you had sent the notes. What I've discovered that there's a lot to learn. Now, coming back to today's presentation, my takeaway home point is that the use of keywords, as somebody has pointed out, that this has the keywords, they point to certain particular important issue in the paper, which has not been, or which is maybe.
Hello?
Hello, Tembo, we have lost you. Hello?
Hello, can I speak now?
We have lost Tembo. Yes, go ahead.
Okay.
Maybe Tembo will come back.
The attendance list, link to attendance, please.
Yes, I've been attending since I've signed. Okay. I am just confused when they said that they have an overarching conclusion and from which the question should be derived. When you conclude your paper, it is after your conclusion that you bring out your recommendation.
Yes.
That's what I felt though. It's after your conclusion, bring out your recommendation, because the conclusion summarizes the whole essence of the paper. Bringing out the issues, the main issue you are tackling, you intend to tackle from right from the beginning of the paper, from the statement of research problem, background, your hypothesis and everything, and objective. It is after you've tested the objective, you conclude that the paper discovers so. And because of this thing, you now recommend so. It seems confusing. Can I just have a final word to balance this? Because I'm so confused on this thing. Thank you, sir.
Okay. It all started with a problem in a community. We analyzed that problem and came out with a few things to tackle because of resources and expertise. And those things were packaged in an objective statement, which is already decided by the set of data we
selected in the tables and figures, because we want the introduction to meet the tables and figures. But it all started with the proposal. When we designed the proposal, that's when we analyzed and understood this problem. Okay? And when we did analyze, we came out with many causes and effects, but from those we selected a few that fit our technical expertise and the resources. And we went and did the research and got results. And the results are also quite many tables and figures. But when we inspected these results, we got tables that had very interesting results that would project news to our readers. And so we packaged this into a paper, and that we will have an interpretation of these results and a discussion, and we've generated conclusions, and we are saying the conclusions will be associated with the ranking of the problems or the answers in the results. And you remember yesterday we said we can use the p-values to rank these outputs in terms of impact, urgency of solving the problem, and so on. And now we pick, based on that impact, we present the conclusions, not conclusions on all observations we found, but we pick out those overarching conclusions. Actually, not, I'm misusing the overarching. We pick out the conclusions that are most promising, and now rephrase it so that we get an overarching conclusion which answers directly to the objective. Okay? And then we pick aspects of this conclusion, turn them into a recommendation. If the outputs we have generated can actually be turned into interventions, be recommended to the end user where we started. But if we cannot pick out aspects that we can make recommendations to those people who are suffering in the community, then we don't have recommendations. So many articles don't have recommendations. You can call future research and so on recommendations, but the purpose of this study was not to go and look for future research issues. It was much beyond that. So the end point for this work should be going back to the people we discussed with, people who were complaining, people who led to formulation of this study. I don't know. Does that make any difference? Hello? Hello?
I think she has.
Are you there?
Yeah, there.
I think we need to.
I cannot see her.
Maybe she dropped off because of internet.
Internet, maybe.
Ah. But I would like to mention.
Okay. So, with your permission, maybe I can allow Elias Muhumuza.
Okay,
Elias, can you hear
Elias,
us?
you are the last one, please.
Oh, thank you. Elias, you are the last one. Please, can you hear us? Oh. I think it's not there. So, Mabut, you are the last one. Are you with us?
Thank you, Professor.
Yes, please.
This is Kakeo Mabut from Zambia. I'm a PhD student. Thank you very much for the presentation, Professor. Very, very helpful. I would have completed by now if I started joining the meetings early. So thank you also for the reference on you mentioned about the reference software. I didn't even know there was such a software. But my question, Professor, is when we are doing, I'll give an example, like if you are collecting surgical site infections in a hospital.
Can I go and see
Are you getting me?
Yes.
Because I can see you, and they said that this is the last participants to ask.
Okay, we can take, we will take, there are how many hands? One more hand. So we will take it and move on. Yeah, it's okay. Strictly
Yes,
one
Professor.
hand. Yeah.
Professor, I can go ahead?
Yes.
Yes. So I was saying if you are collecting data on a surgical site infections, let's say in a tertiary hospital, and then you have a time frame, which is like for 6 months. So do you have to come up with the sample size? Because any surgical site infection that will be recorded within that period, it means it will be captured. That is one of my objectives in those hospitals. There are many other objectives. But now, if I were to limit myself to say I calculate a sample size, maybe it gives me 100, just as an example. And then within that period of 6 months when I'm collecting data, evidence-based from the surgical site infections that are coming from C-section, from surgery, from general surgery, from gyne problems, all those we recorded from eye surgeries, all those infections. So should I calculate a sample size, or I should just get all those infections that will be recorded within that period? If, for instance, I'll collect data for 6 months.
Well, I think this is good for social scientists, but I can say this, that there are case studies. When you are dealing with the case study, you don't need a large sample size. Is that right? It means you are now focused, and that small sample can go for a year or 6 months, and you want details that you can't get from a large sample. Okay.
Yes.
So I think that's called cross-sectional what? What is it called? Design.
Cross-section design.
Where you focus, that means you used a face-to-face and came out with some rough idea, but now you want to refine this information using, and now you even have better representative samples, households, and you want to focus on those to make more sense of what you saw out there, very roughly. Is that right? Social scientists could help us.
So what I'm not sure is whether I should calculate a sample size, which may limit me to say maybe 60 or 70. And yet, if I am on one site maybe for 6 months, whoever comes with an infection will capture that. So do I have to calculate a sample size? That's where my confusion comes in.
I'm not very sure. It's like if you have one president in a country and you want to do a study about information which is only the person privileged to have it, what kind of sample size are you going to calculate? Yeah. So
yes, Professor.
When you are focusing, now you are trying to refine your observations from the wild things you saw out there. You now want to focus yourself on even 3 families or 10. 60 would be even large for 6 months. But I might be misunderstanding what you are saying. I think it's best if you consult social scientists who have the methodology for such studies.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll keep inquiring from the inbox.
Please.
Okay.
This
so
has been
one
very,
more
very
and
helpful.
we close. Okay. One more?
I think we should close, Prof.
One more. There is one more hand and we close.
Right. Okay, James, are you
Hello.
with us? Can you hear us?
Hello,
James, you are the
Professor.
last of
Yes.
please.
Hello, Professor. Thank you for the insightful teaching that you have been teaching us since Monday. My interest is when it comes to social science, especially when it comes to health. Sometimes you can be doing, you are trying to write, it's a call for paper and you're trying to write an abstract. And in your abstract, maybe you want to include the case study because maybe you are dealing with I will give an example. I'm dealing with patients that have been following up. There are those case studies that I'll use, and there are those experimental. Can I join both experimental and case study in my research methodology?
I think so. I think so. It will depend on the purpose of your study and the methodology you've chosen to work with. Yeah, in public health, we have retrospective studies that can retrieve data from way back in time, and you can follow up cohorts. These are cohort studies. So it is okay.
Good. Thank you.
Yeah, okay. So Paul, let me. Colleagues, we appreciate your attention, patience. We apologize for any shortcomings.
Hello, Prof.
Hello?
I feel jittery that I should mention something about the study, the qualitative study our colleague has just talked about.
Oh, please.
And probably when we do sample sizes, we are aiming at generalizing our
Hello?
finding.
Hello?
Hello?
Please
Are you
go
getting
ahead.
me?
Yes, go
Yeah,
ahead.
when we do sample size determination, then we aim at generalizing our findings. But from what I heard, this is going to be more of purposive, and purposive is non-probability. In most cases, findings from such are not generalizable, but they help us understand much more into whatever questions that we are looking at. So as you say, it would be good for her to look at generally what are the methods and what is the purpose for which the study is being carried out. I submit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I think she has to consult social scientists to get more about what she's doing. Thank you very much. So I was saying that it has been with great pleasure that we've worked with everybody. Courtesy Reforum. We thank Reforum very much for considering us, and I hope we've been useful in the process. And back to one item, mentoring. There was a lot about mentoring. And we've also been thinking about this for a long time, organizing some short courses, say 2 weeks, so that we are able to discuss slowly and have in between exercises that can be discussed subsequently, and probably starting with those who have already data, they have done something, maybe they even have drafts, and then we try to see how they can exit with their drafts. And this process should be empowering you. We don't work for you, we empower you, and then you go and work, bring back the whatever, and we discuss, and then you go and continue until you finish. And we are not about graduation, that will be your part, but we just want to empower you to unlock the process of writing, the process of conception, and skilling you with the skills which you are going to use after graduation.
Reform, I think the best way is to work with the Reform, but we can forward to you our emails so that we get your responses about this, whether you think it is okay and it will be possible, so that we design this short course. But of course, there will be facilitation required, because as you can see, writing is not a simple thing, because you have really to understand the concept, the idea from A to Z. It's not about editing a text. It's reorganizing the thinking, trying this, try that, and we try that experiment and see how far we can go with it, and see how we can refine it better. We know there are difficulties in universities. Professors have limited time. I'm sure they would have liked to work with you effectively, teach you how to write, and most of them have not been taught how to write, but through hard experience, reading and writing and reading and writing. So that's our kind of, we are raising a flag. We need your response. We will send to you our emails and let us know whether it makes sense, and then we organize and try it out. Yeah, that's what I wanted to say. We've been brooding about this idea for a long time. We have always flagged out universities to train graduates in writing skills throughout their stay in the program, because writing is not going to be learned in one course. It has to be spread over so that the student is able to see different approaches, different options, approaches for different areas. And this writing is about writing. It's not about talking about it. So you write, make mistakes, get reviews and reviews and reviews. And indeed, when you get a review, you will not make the same mistake. That's the assumption we normally have. So that's what I wanted to say. You may not react now. We will send it. How do we send our emails?
I already sent in the chat room, but also on the WhatsApp group.
Yeah, WhatsApp group. We want a feedback from you, whether or not this makes sense, whether you would like to participate. And then, of course, we are going to count the probability that we will get a critical mass. We don't want to start with the writing with such a large group as this one, because what we are going to do is going to be focused. And if possible, we should work hand in hand with the individuals at some point. So it will not be a group like this, but we can segment and have those who are really nearing, they have the drafts, but they are locked up. We can work with those first, then next, and I think we will stop at where people have results. Otherwise, we'll be going into proposals. Maybe that's something for another day.
Yeah,
Okay,
the other point.
thank
Yeah,
you.
the other point of concern before Nyararo, Dr. Nyararo, maybe this is for forum to take up. I know somebody wrote on the platform here and said, they have attended these sessions for quite some time. And yes, we have facilitated these sessions for quite some time. We would like to pick a cohort of students, of professors, of faculty members that are interested, because we surely cannot cover the need. And so we would like to have more colleagues training. Yeah, that's how we are going to get this done. You can see in the course of the training, I'm sure there were some Francophone issues, Anglophone issues. I think there were colleagues from West Africa that were asking about French, whether is this also available in French. So we need some solution over this. And we are in an era of adapting to change. And students are asking for PowerPoint. It has been shared, but maybe they can't download. And you know, is there a way that we can tailor this to be available on a platform? And even when you share the videos on YouTube, they are still asking. So something needs to be done. But over to you, Forum, and we see how best we can customize these things.
Thank you, Professor Nampala, for what you've raised. Yeah, I would like to assure participants that something is in the pipeline, and we shall have more discussions with you, the two professors, on how best we can manage and be able to help many of our colleagues here in Africa. But I would like to just say, as we come to the close of this enriching training workshop, let me, on behalf of Forum, express our appreciation to each one of you for your active participation, engagement, and contribution throughout the sessions. And I've realized we're supposed to be finishing by 5, but our sessions have been going up to 6, even up to 7. And I know over the past days, our facilitators helped to have explored the important concept, and they also shared experience. You asked very critical questions, and also you have managed to build new networks through the WhatsApp platform. So this training, I would like to say that it was not just about knowledge sharing, but also about building capacity, strengthening your networks, planting seed for future collaboration, like what Professor Nampala was bringing out before I started speaking. And we hope this will bring impact to our African continent, and we will be able to see more people publishing meaningful work. You know, we are known in Africa that our publishing capacity is quite low. So with this training, I believe that you people, you manage to get something which will help you to strengthen your scientific writing. I was also following some comments from people. Some people were saying they've never heard of um, programs which helps with referencing. I also saw someone asking about which applications can they use to check for plagiarism. So I believe this session was really an eye opener to some, and also strengthening those who knew something. They strengthened their knowledge in scientific writing. So to our facilitators, we'd like to thank you for your generously sharing your expertise and for guiding us and the participants through the various sessions with clarity and insight. And of course, I would also want to thank my colleagues who are behind the scenes working to ensure that the smooth running of this workshop. I would like to sincerely thank you all. And as we close our workshop today, I encourage each one of you to apply what you have learned and continue engaging with your peers through the WhatsApp platform and become the champions of the positive change within Africa and within our institutions. Let this not be the end, but it should be the beginning of our continued learning and collaboration. Allow me to say thank you very much, everybody. We are looking forward to meeting again in other trainings. We have a number of trainings which are lined up, so we shall be sharing in different platforms the upcoming trainings. And I assure you that you gain more knowledge. And please make sure that when you get any training opportunity which is online, please tell your friend and let your friend tell a friend, so that more people are informed on these trainings. Thank you very much. And, have a good evening, everybody.
Thank you, and a good evening, everybody. I notice that the the statistical trainings have not been shared widely, so please let's share them because some students didn't even know about them. I saw that advert, so please let's
Yes,
share.
we have some training coming up next week, starting
Yeah.
on Monday.
Yes.
So those ones who have seen the flyer, please share with a friend and a friend to share with a friend so that we have a lot of people attending. And I would like to say that if you find that the Zoom webinar is full, please join us at the YouTube or Forum Network. You will be able to also follow the training through the YouTube. Thank you. So, Prof. Nampala, you are the host, so you need to close the meeting.
Hey.
Yes.
Okay. I will close. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You know, when I see 200 students already still here, I will be the last to leave.
You
Since
will
I'm
ask
the host,
okay.
I will be the last to leave.
Yes. Yes. Since you are the host of the Zoom platform, so
Yeah, we shall. You know, in Africa, the host can't leave. Where do you go? So I will be the last to leave. If there is any student that has a question, please feel free. You ask and we move on.
okay, I see some people asking about the materials. The materials will be shared through the Google link. So it will be shared not today, but next week.
Hey, there were a lot of questions about certificates, but I know these will be delivered. Forum always delivers
If
certificates.
people have attended religiously from Monday to Friday, we shall be able to provide them with the certificates. They will be sent to their emails. And
Yes.
when they were registering, I hope they didn't put their nicknames there because the system will pick whatever you registered with is what the system will pick.
Yep. There's a hand up. Same size. Please go ahead. Do I have to give permission to same size?
Yes, you have to allow
Please
him
go
to
ahead.
talk. Allow him to talk. Atu, give him the Atu.
Yes,
Atu is
please,
not
doctor. I give rights to this
same
hands.
size. Same
Oh,
size.
please.
He wants to say something.
Okay. Tembo, I think now you are okay in terms of internet.
Yeah, I'm
Than
okay
before.
now. It was bad that the time I wanted to talk, there was that interruption.
Oh, please go
Well,
ahead.
I just wanted to express that indeed from day one to date, we've been able to log in, but to some extent, especially day one and day two, we are disturbed with the network. So I
Kindly
don't know.
visit our YouTube network channel, Forum Network. You'll be able to
I
see
think that's what we'll be doing now. That's what we'll be doing now, using the YouTube. Now you mentioned those who attended from day one to the last are the ones you give certificate. How are you going to deprive us who were disadvantaged by the network? We
No,
very
it
much
is not depriving you. Maybe I can say Forum mounts this conference, these learning sessions every other year. They normally come twice a year at least, minimum. Sometimes they are even 4 in a year. So once the advert comes, be the next participant in the next. Because now there is no way you're going to receive a certificate if you've attended only twice. It's only fair. So wait for the next, and I'm sure you will get your certificate.
You are right, Prof. The only one day I was disadvantaged. First time I was there, but due to network, I was bad. But the two up to date have been in attendance. Well, the other issue I wanted to actually point out, I felt good when we were talking about avoiding descriptive in the abstract of the work as you are doing the work. That was very, very interesting. And at the same time, you also talked about the repetition of the keywords, which are supposed to be just come once and for all, which goes directly to a particular point that you need, which has not been mentioned much in the main document. So looking at what has been done, I was just trying to ask whether it is possible to post some of the models of the work that has been done that we can keep on reading so that we compare and concretize what has been learned.
Yes,
I
the
submit.
modules are posted. They are even on YouTube, I think. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, we've tried to use all the channels to post the modules. Even during the training, we have been sending. Ruforum is going to send more information. We shall pick the information, give to Ruforum. Ruforum will send to you.
Yes, Prof. I was talking about the model of this manuscript or the article written by those that we can recommend that, for example, this article has been written this way. It is superb. It is fine. So that we keep on reading such articles.
Now that is what Professor Tenua was talking about. A continued engagement that involves mentorship. We sort of need to find a link of how we can sustain a continued engagement.
That's great. Noted, Prof. Noted, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now is Boaz.
Prof, thank you very much, you and the team, for organizing this training session for us. I'm much grateful. I heard you talk about statistics class. I don't know if I'm right.
Yes, which is starting on Monday.
Oh, is there a link to register for it? If there is,
Yes, Ruforum will share this link. I think I saw that link sometime back. It has been circulating. Yeah.
All right, so are we
There
expecting?
are actually 3 sessions.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is a session on omics, there is a bioinformatics, and there is a session on, there are 3 sessions, one following the other on biometrics and statistical training. Yeah.
I would want to join the statistics training.
I think you probably will see these on the Ruforum website. Can you check?
All right.
Or if they are not, I think the Ruforum colleagues are still here. Can we simply just put this on the Ruforum website and then like this? I think this was advertised in 2 days and it was put on the on Twitter and on and I got many students. Yeah, it was advertised in a short period of time. Many students wrote to me and they said they are attending and what from Nairobi and what, and they were in my inbox privately saying, we are attending and it's very good. Somebody from Makerere in the Peace Center wrote and said, I saw this on Twitter. Can I attend? I said, yeah, it is free. Attend. So, Ruforum, you need to advertise this. And last year, we had the cycle for last year I think last year was proposal development, thesis proposal development. We had 1,500 participants all over Africa. That was huge, but we still managed using the same approaches that we have engaged here and still ensured that the online engagement was participatory. Yeah, so Ruforum has the convening power, has the muscle to mobilize us all. So
Yes, you are right, Prof. For next week training, we have already developed flyers and we have already shared in our platforms. So for those ones who may want to attend, I'm going to leave also my email address here in the chat. They can such that I can share with them the link and flyer as well. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Next one is George. George, please.
I thought the questions had finished.
Kwangwa.
But they are increasing. Anyway, we are here.
George Kwango.
There is Rukia.
Yes, Rukia.
Yeah, if George is not there, there is Rukia.
Yes, please.
Yeah, I'm there, Prof. Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Yes,
we
we
hear
can.
you.
Yes, thank you so much. I was trying to write on the chat, thank you, but it feels hollow. So I wanted to say it in words. Thank you very much. And may God bless you for the good work. So there are some of us who did not register on the registration link, but we have attended from day one up to the end. So I hope Forum will take note of that and they will award us, yeah, the certificates, please. And thank you, everyone. May God bless you.
Thank you. As a forum, we have taken note.
Yeah, thank you.
We have this one last. I think this one every day as question.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes,
Go
please
ahead.
go ahead. Nsibi.
Hello.
Musibi. Yes, please.
Yes,
Hello.
I'm Sivi. I'm originally from Eswatini, but I'm doing my PhD in France. So I've been raising my hand ever since. I have
Please.
some questions concerning the material we had just today. I'm sorry to take you back, but it's two questions for the citation. My question is, what if I have multiple studies or sources saying the same thing? How do I know which ones to pick, especially if they're around the same time frame? And secondly, concerning the images, we haven't touched image citation. So how do I handle an image which has several sources? Like if I want to have permission to use this image or table, which source should I actually consult for permission? Sometimes they would list a lot of these references, more than 10. So I wouldn't know which person to contact for permission. And another question is on sources that needs to be translated. I'm working on a species that is endemic in South America, but I'm writing my PhD in English. So do I keep the titles of these Portuguese articles as they are, or I should translate them in my reference list? And lastly, I promise, it's about screenshots taken from softwares. For example, a calibration curve. Do I have to cite that in my manuscript or not? I think that's it. Thank you very much for your time.
Okay. Thank you. And thanks for making time to attend. We appreciate. Eswatini. You've been to Eswatini and given these talks. But you talked about multiple sources. Now, these multiple sources, sometimes the statement would come like this. Several scholars have discussed this idea, and the consensus presented points to this direction. Now, when you say several scholars, then we expect to see at least 3, 4, 5 citations. You are not simply going to say several scholars and then you put one citation. You see how it comes?
Yes, I
And
understand.
then cite this chronologically. So if you say several scholars, we expect to see 2010, so and so, 2015, so and so, 2019, so and so. So several scholars. So you're presenting an issue and you're saying in the scientific literature on this topic, there is evidence to show that it's a highly topical issue and it has been researched by many scholars. Now, once you say it has been researched by many scholars, then the citation, we expect to see many. So you are not going to put only one. Yeah.
Yes.
But so that's how it arises.
But also, in African Crop Science Journal, if the information is existing in many references, we recommend that you take the last 3 in terms of recency. because those last three will more or less have all the other old stuff in their reference list. Because, I mean, you'll have a whole list of references for which you could have had a few and meant the same thing. And then if you are acknowledging a picture or whatever table, there's only one or two people or institutions with the copyright. So you acknowledge only those that own the copyright. You don't acknowledge those who users of the same whatever figure or photograph or something. I don't know whether we got you right on that.
Yes,
Find out.
in fact,
Yes.
I had asked my supervisor concerning this question, and she said I should take the first author from that image. Like if I have a list of sources coming from that image, I should take the first author to ask permission from if I want to use the image. So I just want to verify and confirm, I mean, your opinion to that.
No, when you read where you picked that photo, the journal should indicate the copyright is transferred to the journal sometimes, or the copyright remains with the author. So it is the one that has the control of the copyright that you ask for permission from.
Okay, thank you.
But also many of these things in the open access will allow you to use those without acknowledging, but you really have to follow their express statement on this.
Okay,
They
understood.
They allow without transforming or doing what or what. They may prohibit you from adjusting or transforming or whatever on their illustrations.
Okay, thank you very much, sir. And what about the screenshots? If I have screenshots from softwares, do I have to cite those?
Screenshots, again, you have to, from softwares?
Yes,
Yeah.
like a calibration curve from maybe one analytical method I'm using, a biochemical method, maybe for proteins, DOMA method, for example, and I have a calibration curve. Do I have to cite that I took this curve from this software or not?
Yes, you still have to cite.
Okay, thank you. And the last question was on the articles written in another language. If I cite them, if they show in the reference list, I keep the original titles, or I have to transform them to English if I have my manuscript in English.
Actually, that is something we've been overlooking. We can say, yes, you keep it in the original language, but when it comes to Japanese and Chinese, how do you keep it?
Yes, because I have
some-
I have a protocol adapted from actually in China, so I translated it into English. So that's a very good example.
I must admit that we really have no idea about that. We need to find out.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Most welcome. Is it finished?
Clinton Ocheng.
Go ahead, Clinton.
He was born in times.
Hello, Clinton?
Hello, Prof.
Yes, go ahead. We can hear you. Can you hear us?
I'm Clinton Ocheng Otieno.
Yes, please.
I am an undergraduate student from University of Jaramogi. I just want to appreciate your time and the training, the whole training of the scientific
Okay, we appreciate.
We have lost him.
His was to appreciate. So we
Thank you so much.
appreciate.
So, Rosalind, are you with us? Can you hear us? No.
Yes, please. Yes.
Please go ahead.
Okay, my name is Rosalind Snow. I want to appreciate you for the presentation, Prof, and your colleague. So I have a question on the inside in-text citation, where you mentioned that if you have more than 2 or 3 citation, it should be done chronologically. So I use mainly software, and it listed them in the APA format. So I wanted to get clarification on that in terms of thesis writing. Hello?
Yes, we get
Yes,
you.
we can hear you.
Okay.
So what is the problem now? Because Mendeley cited them in the AP format and presented them.
Yes, like it's more of in alphabetical order. For example, if you have some maybe 2005, you have 4 2018. So it didn't do it in chronological orders, like in terms of the years, because what you said, Prof, the
Okay.
yeah,
I understand.
okay.
Yeah, but
Okay.
once Mendeley has given you the output, then you are able to modify it based on your university requirements.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, Mendeley will take on any citation style you choose and give you outputs according to that citation style. It is you to decide which citation, and each citation style will have its own order of years, order of citation, and you just have to follow that. In some cases, instead of putting name and year, just put 1, 2, 3 in box brackets. So really, it's not Mendeley to decide for you. Decide which citation style do I need, and then command Mendeley to organize the citation and the listing according to that. That's what it is helping you with. I don't know whether we are clear on that.
Okay, what I wanted to say is that I'm actually using the APA format. So I thought maybe the chronological order, I was thinking maybe is it based on is it based on a particular is it based on university, different universities or so? I thought it was a standard. That's what I was
Oh,
asking because
when you say chronological order, do you mean in the listing or do you mean in the citing?
I mean in the citing.
Yeah, now that is interesting. You know, the reason why we say chronological order in the citing is because we cannot, the reference of 2018 is an improvement of the reference of 2015. For example, if you talk about DNA, in the times of Watson and Crick, DNA was about a discovery. 1963, discovery. 1953, discovery. And that was it. So you're talking about the double helical structure. But now, when you move to the current state of affairs, when we talk about DNA, it's about fingerprints. It's about making its way in the social systems, that if you touch a dog, then the dog will come and smell. The dog is smelling, the police dog, the sniffer canine is sniffing DNA. And so it can tell. And they use fingerprints to now map out what and so on. So while Watson and Crick was on the basic science. The current researchers, Roslyn and others, are on the application. So that means you don't need to put the old science ahead of the new. So this is why the citation style should be, for theses and for journals, should be the most current at the end.
Yeah, but you see,
Okay.
these citation styles will give you the order. If they are saying 1, 2, 3, then you are not following years. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 is according to which citation you've used the first, and then next, then next, then next. So the years may not apply. And some citations will be using footnotes.
I think she's talking about citation in the same bracket.
Well,
in a
Yes,
given bracket.
that's what I meant.
Yes.
Yes.
So in a given bracket, your knowledge is building on. You have research that was done 5 years ago, then you have research that is done 2015, then 2020. So it doesn't make logic for you to present research that is old before the new. So it builds on in the bracket.
Okay.
I guess that is the last. We can close.
Was that the
Okay,
last?
Prof.
Oh, most welcome.
We can close. You said I am the...
was the last.
Yes, that was the last, and thanks. We are happy for having you. All the best.
Thank you, facilitator. All the best to all of you. Thank you.
So I'm going to know when you send us contracts.
Well, let's follow up with them. Atur. Okay, he's gone. We're going to follow up. We can call Majaliwa now as well. Okay. Your phone. Yeah, okay.
772 487 404.
It's Monday. This is our student.
Every day I try to cross a familiar name.
Yeah.